Demos. So today it is, you can all see me right, everything's looking good, cool. So we did this a month ago. I should say hello to Stillhead in the chat, how you doing? And Subton Audio, Amazing AD, Sodi Vox, Gramildus, Marla, Thistle, everyone else in the chat. Before I start, good on you, thanks for being here. Common Ha, thanks for the follow as well. So today is another demos listening stream. We did one a month ago. If you weren't here then, or I'll fill you in on how we're doing it as well. Oh, hello Roses are free. Hello Roses are free. Basically, the idea is this is for music that's not released, not signed to a label, and there's no restriction on like who you are or your background or if you've released stuff in the past or not. It's just, you know, if you're part of our community, basically. And the way you get me to listen to stuff is by submitting it. If you type !demos in the chat, it will give you how, but basically you pick one or two maximum of your own tunes, upload them to SoundCloud because it's just the easiest way for me to listen to them quickly without having to download it and fill up my drive with random files. I don't know what they are and everything. And then post the link to that in the Discord, my Discord, which you get if you type in !demos or Discord in the chat. Post it in the demos channel in there, and then what I'm going to do is go through that and listen to stuff. And the whole point of this is to try to be nice and constructive, so that you guys can all hear each other's music, and we can discuss it, say what we think, trying to be positive, and for me to try to help you with my point of view, my feedback, if I have, and if I feel like there's things you could do to improve it, what I would do. Like, it's difficult, like sometimes, you know, there's lots of things you can do to improve tracks. It doesn't mean at the end of the day it's going to be good enough to release, even if you did all of those things. Like, in my opinion, like, everything here is just my opinion, and I'm only trying to help. And my opinion is just my opinion. It's not the be all and end all. It's just how I feel about things at this moment in time. So, you know, and if I make suggestions for things, it'd be good to hear the tune again with those things done, or, you know, some of them done or attempts at it, or whatever. But like, I'm not saying, like, you know, if you do A, B, C, and D, then your tune will be perfect and I will sign it or someone else will sign it. Like, that's not the case, and like, there's so many other random things involved in it all. But it's basically, I'm just trying to help you with the benefit of my experience and what I believe to be kind of true about stuff, and have a good time doing it, listening to all your tunes. You listen to me all week making my crap, so it's time for it to be the other way around. Thistle has a question you've been saving to be answered for all. If you listen to demos you want to sign, are you looking to do Loft Crew compilations or single releases? Initially it'd be single releases because it's sort of easier for me to handle, and we can just deal with things on a track by track basis. And for you guys, that's better as well, because, you know, having your track swallowed up on a 10 or more track compilation doesn't really help anyone out. It helps you out because your song's released and it's available on Spotify and things like that, so other people can hear it, but it you know, it helps you in terms of promotion more if you've had a single out on something, because it gets a bit more attention. So I would always try and do that. Like, I'm not the main reason for doing these is not to try to find things to sign, but I would always like to. It's mainly to try and help everyone and give people a bit of feedback and all the rest of it, because I've always had lots of demos sent to me on email and everything, and I don't really have enough time to listen to them properly or write detailed emails back with everything, and this is sort of a good way to do everything. So yeah, I mean, if interested in signing things, it would be more for a single, but I do quite like the idea that we've touched on of maybe doing a compilation at some point for stuff as well, like more as a way to help people out to get their first tune out on a label or something like that. But you know, I'm not a huge fan of doing compilations, but we can be. I don't know. Right, so you can see my screen here. This is the Discord. So how many tunes we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, looks like we've got enough to go on for a little bit. I just need to find where we finished off. Someone's posted a YouTube video there, Pulse Obsidian. It's not a SoundCloud link as I requested, so you have to do a SoundCloud link, I'm afraid. So where did we start? I don't want to miss stuff out. Mind Phase. So we did yours, Sodi. Was yours the last one? Last time? Did we end on that? Or was it these David ones? Last time it was one after yours. There you go. There was some amazing... But we did... Didn't we... We played... I stopped outside... So did I did yours. Yeah, because I remember... yeah. Okay, cool. Sodi was last. Yeah, okay. So Mind Phase will be the first... today. Okie dokie, 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 dokie. So, right, so this is David by Zero. I did some stuff 10 years ago, but never go around to do much promo, and then stopped making drum and bass altogether. Didn't think I was good enough, but I'm thinking about giving it a go again. I would like to have some pro feedback, if possible, to steer me in the right direction. Okay, so this is Layers by Divide by Zero. So I'm going to try and open them in a window here. So one thing I might have to add as a caveat here is, like, don't send me stuff that is ancient. This is 11 years old, so I don't really know what he's going to do with this. So we'll just have to go through this quickly, because I don't know how he expects to go back and improve a track that's 11 years old if he's even still got the files or anything. But so I probably won't devote too much time to this one here. Sounds good for 11 years old. Nice atmospheric on a plateau kind of thing. I don't want to talk about that too much longer because it's 11 years old, and it's a bit mad. This one he sent is 10 years old. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, you know, any comments about anything is a bit of a moot point. Like, that sounds, you know, someone could play me that off vinyl and I'd be like, yeah, you know, it was on some random release sort of in the trance and bass era. It sounds quality enough, but it's so old I don't really see the point in me offering constructive feedback on it now, apart from it sounds good for the era. So yeah, I don't know if I could open, what was it, 11 years? Yeah, I don't even know what system I would have been using then. Yeah, Thistle says production standards have totally shifted. And that's all they have. So this one here, this is Ballisticus. Is this okay? Ballisticus. This is Alien Funk by Ballisticus. I think what I'm going to do is click the link every time. Oh, let's sign me in so that I can like things and help the algorithm a little bit. If right, here you go. So I've got fans, have I really? If I pay SoundCloud something or other, I'll get more. Okay, good. So this is Ballisticus, Alien Funk. Are you here in the chat, Ballisticus? There you go, drums sound nice. Bear in mind, I'm listening to this through my Sound ID thing. So you're not hearing the exact mix that we are. That I am. Drums sound alright. Someone's got a bit of trash too.
No happy ending. They just found another body.
I like that bit, the dum 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 dum, that extra bass that's come in there. That's dun 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 dun. Ah, sorry, the speaker volume was up. The flamming should have gone now. It was coming out of the speakers a little bit. So that'll be the flamming you were mentioning there, thanks. Thanks for flagging the flamming. So... balance of sounds is fine. Drums are snappy-ish. Develops nicely. It hasn't grabbed me or anything. There's nothing about this that's like blowing me away. It's perfectly competent, but a bit boring. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I find most stuff in my life a bit boring, so I'll try. It's hard to say, but like it's a nice sort of warm-uppy tune. We just learned that they have arrested most of our secret agents. You know, good layout, good the use of that vocal sample there. Everything's by the rules, kind of, you know, works cool. I don't like that that synthy sound. It just sort of, it's not the kind of sound you would hear in a released drum and bass track, really. Like the choice, that sounds fine, you know what I mean? But like, I've never heard that kind of a sound in a released drum and bass track that was good. That's nice, that main bass with the sort of oscillating bit. The mix down and everything is totally competent, like, and usually that's the sort of thing that lets these things down. But I just feel like sort of, you know, perfectly nice, really. In terms of how I would improve it, I don't know. Like, it's just that all of the directions that you've gone down are kind of just, you know, just the choice of sound and choice of bass notes and everything. You are where you are, right? And there's not any one magic pill that would change that to like blow me away anymore. But it's perfectly good. It's just it doesn't really blow me away. I can't really. Maybe sort of some more rollingy drums, like to give it, you know, some hats and tambourines and stuff a little bit. But the good thing is, like, mix down is perfectly fine. You don't need to buy new speakers. good grasp of everything there. It all sits. I can't spot any like mega mix problems. Like, there's nothing like glaringly bad or anything. Maybe just like completely change all the bass notes and bass sounds and things might. But then it would be a completely different tune. You know what I mean? But good work though. Really good mix down. Obviously, that's Ballisticus. Obviously knows what they're doing. I think my main issues are just choice of bass notes, bass line, and all that stuff. GavChamp says, does my headphone compensation also come through on the stream audio? Yes, it does. So if you're listening on Bear Dynamic DT 990 Pros, you're hearing a nice flat, you're hearing it good. So if you've got the same headphones as me, you should be hearing a very true representation of this. If not, you're going to be hearing this frequency response like applied to the audio. So yeah. Conclave, thank you, mates. Thank you very much for the 13 months. Good to see ya. Big up, coming in with the gun fingers. Glad you're here. Thank you for the 13 months as well, man. Thank you. Subson Audio says you're in the market of headphones. I really like these. I've been through shitloads of headphones over the years, and these are very comfortable. The big Bear Dynamic ones. I bought the closed back 770s, and I just didn't like the sound, the closed backiness of them. I don't know what's up with it. And I'd got some of these for gaming on the other side, but listened to a lot of music in between raids and stuff through them, and just thought they sounded really nice. The tops are very, very... The tops need taming, which is why I got that software. But I absolutely recommend these. They're I'm happy producing with them on, and the stuff that I've done on stream only on headphones pretty much sounds all right. It's releasable and good enough, in my opinion, more so than anything I've done in the past only on headphones, really. Are open backs literally open at the back? It's weird. Yeah, they're like, basically the sound bleeds out loads. Like if you can also hear stuff around you a lot more, which is quite good if I'm gaming in that. If Magda came in and said something to me, I'd be more likely to hear it. But the sound for just listening to music, for me, is just a million gazillion times better, like for open back ones. But you couldn't use them on the train or anything like that, because you'd get more background noise from around you, and also everyone else will hear what you're doing. But for studio, these are my favourite. I've had like DT 250s for a long time that were recommended to me, and they were good too, but a bit like flat and not exciting, so you can't get the vibe. These are the tops are really but when you put it through the Sound ID reference thingy, they're nice. I haven't really tried any other open back ones, but I presume they're all equally good. Like one of the reasons I got these was just they're very comfortable. I like them, and they're not. I think they were 100 and something, like less than 150, which is decent, sensible price for really good headphones. Reese, yo mate, we were just ranting about bikes earlier. You could have helped me a bit there. Thank you, Reese, for the 26 months. Yo, thank you, Reese. Big up the Welsh Massive. I can explain headphones to you, Reese, if you can explain gravel bikes and gear sets and hydraulic brakes and drop bars and all the rest of that shit. How about that?
Welcome to the Loft Crew.
Whoa! Brr, Diligent Fingers, thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months. Still heard, whoa! Oh my god. Whoa. We need to... Hang on, let's do it. Whoa. I'm doing a coughing hype train. What's the horse? I need the horse sound.
To the Loft Crew.
Hello.
Should we make a hype train video that's riding on a horse? That'd be good. Thank you for the hype train. Stillhead, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. 141! Bloody hell, man.
Hello.
Stillhead, thank you, mate. Thank you, thank you. Today is Demos Day. You ready for the Demos stinger? Yo, look at that stinger. That's all right. I did some good work there on that one. So big thank you to Stillhead for the 5 gifted subs. Diligent Fingers, thank you for the 5 months. Reese, thank you for the 26 months. And Conclave, thank you for the 13. And Astalog, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's play another one here by Ballisticus. See what the vibe is. I'll put it out of this. Okay. This is 2 months old, so that's cool. It's called Persona. Let's get that fitting in the thing. Nice little bit of breaks there. Nice rave stabs. Those drums remind me of an early Matrix release on Metro. Not a huge fan of this Reese type synth thing that comes in. Ill Omen! Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Ill Omen DNB. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you. That was my horn. Ah, this is nicer. Ah, yeah. This is better than his other one, for sure. Little bit bare on the drums in places. Yeah, I did the horn at the right time. He was trying another one. That's my horn. I played the horn. It's not in the song. That bass is a bit wide. There's one there that was a bit too wide, even though it sounds good. But I don't know if that's sensible. The John B edit. Yeah, I want 30% of the royalties because I added the very important horn. I like the little drum edits in there. Again, the mix sounds perfectly competent. Nothing's standing out as like too loud or too quiet or anything. That's far too wide though, that sub bit there. Some of those accenty basses are a bit too quiet. But there's nice sort of movement in those basses, like reversey. A little bit like what I was doing on the bomb thingy earlier in the week. I don't like that synthy sound there. But it's not as annoying to me. I mean, the other one wasn't annoying, but like, it's not as much of a definite no as the similar sort of sound on the previous track, or at least in this one it doesn't sound as bad. There's a I'm not super into the other snare. Where is Ballisticus? I don't think he's here. But yeah, Stillhead says, yeah, perfectly competent. Doesn't really blow me away. I wouldn't play it, but it would sound good in a club. It's like a sort of warm-up kind of tune, but there's lots of other warm-up tunes that you would choose to play rather than this. But it's totally fine. Like, I just think that sound kind of annoys me a bit. That makes it sound more amateurish than everything else. Like, it brings it down in my ears. Like, it's funny how like one sound can reduce your opinion of it, you know what I mean? John B says he's having a bad romance at this track. No, I like this. Like, it's hard. Like, the easy thing to do when someone plays you a tune is like, yeah, mate, that's all right. You know, it's good. It's a good tune, that. Like, that is not helpful at all. Like, I'm trying to find things that I think could be improved. Like, I presume that's what people would want me to sort of say. Big up the Stillhead, big up the Vohor. Each and every time the melody, Subton Audio says the melody's okay, just the choice of synth needs layering. Yeah, the choice of synth sound there, I would try something else. Like, he's right to have that sound in there. It needs something like that, just not that particular one, in my opinion. Hello there, Johnny Hex. We're only on our second tune, so that's okay. I haven't missed much. Yep, as Thistle says, yeah, we're just at the start. We've only done 2, so that was a good start. That there, so there's 2 tracks there from Ballisticus. Definitely knows what they're doing. Good mix down. Overall, good choice of sounds. The vibe is that of like warm up, chill tracks. Like, they're obviously not trying to be like all crazy fucking rewind-tastic stuff. Like, nails the brief of what it's aiming at. Your Mind Phase. Yeah, okay, cool. So, yeah, I listened to your tracks, Mind Phase, but, like, they're 10 and 11 years old, so I don't really know what purpose giving you feedback is meant to do, because you're not going to go back on tracks that are that old and everything. But they sounded good for the era, for, like, 10 or 11 years old. They sounded perfectly cool, like, sort of reminded me of stuff that had been released, you know, trance and bass era kind of stuff. But I mean, I don't know what your wishes would be with them now. Like, they sound too dated to do anything with now, right? But you obviously know your way around production and all that, so I'm sure if you've been dabbling in the 10 years since then, you'll be more than capable of smashing some stuff out, right? But I really like the vibe. Like, it had the nice sort of mature, emotional trance and bass kind of vibe about them, like atmospheric drum and bass, and, you know, bearing in mind what equipment you would have had 10 years ago, you know, you nailed it. I'm sure if you made the same tunes now, the mix and everything would sound better, because you'd have a much better choice of sounds and EQ and all the rest of it available to you. So yeah, if you've been having a little of a break, get back on it. If you're making darkwave and synthwave, fucking send me some, man. I'm a huge fan of darkwave and synthwave. Make some darkwave, synthwave, drum and bass, please. I would absolutely love that. Yep, good. So, well, thanks for sending those tunes over, Johnny Hex. But if you're making darkwave and synthwave, please send us some of that for next time. And if you can wangle some 174 BPM synthwave, that would be fucking amazing. I'm crying out for that. So, next one, we've got Atomic Circus. It says, hi, this is my first attempt at doing liquid melodic drum and bass track. Any feedback will be appreciated. Cool. Have we got Atomic Circus in the chat? Oh, a bit long for anything much to happen. We're already a minute 10 in, and there's no drums, no particular hint that we're going to get a drop or anything soon. The main arpeggio choice of notes is sounding all right. There's a couple of bits where I was like, could possibly switch them a little bit. I think those clicky things are too loud and sound slightly out of place, like the choice of sound. I would probably had some swooshes and booms, things like that, to and some non-sterile atmospheric things to add a bit more like production quality to it, maybe. But I like the positive, uplifting vibe of it so far. If it comes in with you could just take that as the main thing, and if you came in with a well-engineered, good two-step kick and snare, ploddy sub, 16th, 8th, 16th bass, little vocal snippet or something, it could be a job done. The other way this could go, it could be like a kind of disappointingly shit kick and shitty snare and sort of boring plateau and very little in the way of risers and things. Like, usually demos like this, there's ways that these can go, and I hope it goes the right way. But if it goes the wrong way, it's an easier fix, right? There's like 2 snares there, and you can hear the 2 transients, so like it's like a flamming. They're not hitting at the same time. That's like a big no-no and a big like amateurish, like alarm bell, red flag kind of thing. Easy fix, but it's like I'm already like, if this was any like A&R person, they'd be like, no, like job done. So really got to look at that, the snare. So is that it? Was that the build up and that's the drop? Yeah, so okay, so here's my initial feedback. The drums and the drop occur too late. Maximum it should be like a minute, possibly a bit sooner. That's probably like 81 bars or something rather than 64 or even 49. You've got lovely elements in the arpeggios and synths and everything there, but apart from that quick dip in the filter and then back up again, you should at least have some better risers and things to help lead into the bit where the drums come in. And when the drums come in, the choice of sounds and the fact that the snares are like flamming because they're not hitting at the same time is just like a big letdown for it, I think. But that's nice. That filter sweep there is very nice, like how that's done. Drums are just bathed in reverb as well, which you don't really want. Like, you can get away with that sometimes. Really, I can't really hear much in the way of the bass there. There's just sort of the low notes of the chords that are playing. But when the drums come in, you should introduce a proper noticeable, bass. Even on a tune like this, you could just get away with it like a dum 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 dum, whatever the sequences, but that would be all you would need. You don't need any weird like crazy neuro filtering-y stuff, because the important part of this tune is the arpeggios and everything. But the arpeggios just seems like a sort of never-ending circular pattern without a payoff or resolution or anything. I mean, it's all very nice and it washes over you, but like ditch the snare, pick a new one, and certainly if you're going to layer any snares, they got to hit together and they've got to complement. Like, you should only have like one proper snare that's made of like a transient and a fundamental and a tail, and that's that. There I can see you're kind of trying to do that, but I mean, one is hitting way before the other, so you've got like ba-dunk sounding, and plus there's a lot of too much reverb on there, so I'd sort that out. Like those finger clicky things there, but it's a welcome addition of something. I think you could do with some white noise risers and downlifters to like lead into, the breakdown bit, and also when you hit one to go, that always ups the production a bit. The filtering that you're doing is nice. And and as Thistle said there, it's something I do as well. Like when I'm doing, whatever tune you're making, in the back of your mind, you're usually modelling it on something else you've heard, or I'm sure you can always pick a tune that's one of your favourites that you aspire to sound like or whatever. Look at that tune and look at the arrangement, chuck it into your program, into your DAW, your Logic or Ableton or whatever, and look at how long the intro is. Look at the point. There'll be like the intro, and then there'll maybe like be the pre-drop bit, and then there's the drop, and then there'll be sort of like a second part of the drop, and then another breakdown maybe, and then back into another drop, and then the sort of rollout bit. Like, look at the points in songs that are released that are successful, that lots of people always play in their DJ sets, and just copy the arrangement, because then at least your arrangement's all right. If you've got like the idea for a nice arpeggio and you've got your sounds together, like, just getting the arrangement right is easily half the battle, and then you can just go back and tweak all the sounds and everything. But I try to get a rough arrangement down very early now when I'm doing stuff. Like, as you saw yesterday, I haven't started doing even the drums on the tune I was doing, but I wanted to get my head around how I was going to approach the lead up into where the sort of the drop was, and see how I could fit that into a sensible rule set of like the arrangement, because you can sort of go along with what you're doing and you're like, oh, this sounds good, and then before you know it, you realize the drums and everything still hasn't kicked in, and you're like over a minute into the track, and like even on an extended mix kind of thing, that's just not really gonna happen in this day and age, like unless you're massive and can just like style it out and be like, that's how I'm doing it, whatever, or there's ways around it, but so yeah, my recommendations on this one to Atomic Circus are tighten up the arrangement by modelling it on stuff that you like that is similar. I would revisit the drums, sort out the snare so the two are not like the flamming effect where like two snares are hitting at slightly later, one's hitting slightly after the other, so it's not a defined whack. I would massively reduce the amount of reverb you've got on the drums. I would also I would choose other choice of drum sounds as well, big time, but like you can improve it with what you've got if you did these things. I would also give it a actual defined bass line, and in this tune I think it would work with just a sort of a dum 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 one, experiment with, even if it's just one note throughout, that might work. A little loop would probably be better. If you're doing that, make sure that the new bass is not interfering with any other bass stuff, all the other, all your other items in the song. Have a look on the EQ, and if there's like muddy low end that's not doing anything important, which I'm sure there is, just roll off just get rid of that so that the bass can do what the bass is doing and the other things do what they're doing, and then sidechain the kick off the bass so that the bass drum doesn't interfere with the bass line. Those are all some tips you could apply to that as it is, and it would improve it. I would also work on the notes the arpeggio's playing, because it sounds nice. Everything sounds like nice, but the notes it's all playing is a bit circular and random and doesn't have a particular direction to it, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's Gamur. I have to say thank you to Gamur for 3 months. 3 months of sub, 3 months of Twitch, but a fan since 2007. Whee! Nice, wicked. Thank you very much, Gamur. Glad you're here. I hope you're. Have you put a demo in? So that was Atomic Circus. Thank you very much for sending that in. That was their first liquid melodic drum and bass track, so I think that's a very good job for a first attempt. Hopefully, my advice will help. Good stuff. Cool. And if any of these things, like if you revisit them and make some changes, we can listen to it again in a month when we do the next one, and we'd all be happy to hear that and see the improvements. Like this is so that we can all try and get better, myself included. So hopefully I'm helping here, and I'm trying to be positive, and like everyone's got different skill levels and different equipment and different amounts of time available to do it, and so yeah. Astalok, there's been some talk about stereo image in there, which is good. Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that we've touched on is it's good when you're doing your tune, it's good to listen to it in mono, to check a few things and all that, especially if it's destined for clubs. But we listen to everything in stereo when it's finished, so I'm just judging it based on that. Astalok makes Gamur makes house music. Cool. If you want to critique some, you could drop it in the Discord. You can chuck one in, we'll happily listen to it, but like I'm not an expert in house. I know I'll know if I like it or whatever and stuff, but I'm not experienced in making good house, so it would just be a sort of drum and bass person's opinion. Stop saying I'm cracking you up, says Sheep. Oh no, now I'm going to be consciously thinking about it. Right. Mamazing has given us this one here. Listen to Beat Boy Beat by Hanson Varkas. All right. I am going to keep saying sorry, Sheep. If you don't like it, I apologise, but It happens when you're trying to juggle an awful lot of thought processes. This one's 8 years old, okay. Oh, Beat Boy, that's a sample of, who did Beat Boy? Visage. Oi, this is cool. This is alright. Nice bongos, very tribal. This is cool. You could release this now and be like, yeah, this is new jungle. Like, some people would like it. It's nice and raw and simple. Apart from the Visage sample, which obviously would mean you can't release it anywhere. Is it Visage, the Beat Boy, get the Beat Boy. It's Visage or Heaven 17 or something like that, the vocal sample, right? Little judgment of today's jungle in there. Is it Beat Boy? Let's just... it'll get me DMCA'd if I actually play it. That sounded like Steve Strange, like Beat Boy. Was it Bronski Beat? Hit that perfect Beat Boy. Oh, it's Bronski Beat. I thought Visage have done that as well. Or is all their stuff... Yes, they have. Ha-ha! Knew it. Yeah. Oh, no, it's an album. There's an album called Beat Boy. But then there is a song called Beat Boy by Visage, yeah. Either way, it's either Bronski Beat or Visage, so you'd have trouble releasing this. But yeah, that's good. I mean, it's 8 years old, so I don't think I need to give you mega constructive feedback there, because you're not exactly going to go back and do anything. But yeah, good work. Big fan of your stuff. Amazing. Bronski Beat says amazing. Yep. This band sounds like Heaven 17. Yeah, I mean, it's same era. I'm a big fan of Heaven 17 and Visage. Sean says, I always think my production's out of time when you make jungle tunes, but it seems to be a thing again. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's a discussion to be had there. It doesn't really matter too much. Grimildus has... submitted some tunes using WeTransfer, so I can't listen to that. I'm sorry. If you post a SoundCloud link, I can. If you're in the chat, Grimildus2, it says SoundCloud links so that I can listen to them easily rather than downloading and everything. So if you can upload them to SoundCloud and post in the demos channel, then I can check them out. Right, we've got PC here. Who we know very well. Let's see. Yes. Don't use WeTransfer unless someone's definitely expecting it. Is PC here? Sure, you all know PC from Twitch. He's on here DJing a lot. I need you to post a SoundCloud link in the Discord demos channel from Ildis. Otherwise I can't listen to it. So if it's in there, then we're good. But if you send it any other way, it's too much hassle for me to deal with listening on stream. They're all okay, cool. Well, as I work my way down, then we'll get some good stuff. Cool. This is sounding good, isn't it? Sorry for yawning, PC. It's not because of the tune. Hey, that's all right. The snare's getting a bit squashed there by the limiter, I think. Like, this sounds cool. No particular like pointers. The drums sound like they're getting a bit squashed somewhere, somehow. Bass is nice and consistent and bassy, and it's there. I mean, PC knows what's up. He's been DJing for years. Oh, that's nice. The development on the bass there is lovely. Nailed it. That's lovely, lovely. That's really, like, professional. Yes, it's really nice, sort of like kind of Bristol vibe. It's just like a roller. Like you can see, I'm I'm nodding my head. The first tune that's made me like properly. An Amazing's one got me going a bit, but it's a bit slow because it's older. Bass is a little bit wide, I suppose, but you can easily that's just a imager thing you could sort out. Yeah, I love those, all the little samples. This is wicked, yeah. Oh, so this is forthcoming on a label, is it? So it's not a demo, it's not an unsigned demo. That's so nice, yeah, it goes back. Yeah, it's a wicked tune, this. I'd happily play this, it's a good bopper. But like, technically that's not a demo. He signed it, Diligent Fingers just said it's forthcoming on Spinal Records. So it's not exactly like an unsigned demo, is it? But it's good for us to play it to everyone. And yeah, I mean, it's getting released and it doesn't really need anything doing to it. The only thing that I thought was maybe the drums were pushed a bit too much through a limiter a little bit, but like it adds character. So, and the mix sounds good. So, you know, good work. Oi. All right. So this is Rave Corgi. HK47 sent to us by Gav Chap, aka HK47. A Rave Corgi. Mighty DNB's daughter likes it in the comments. Mighty DNB's commenting on everything. He's all over this stuff. This is yours, Gav. Okay, cool. Hey, yep. Drums have got impact there. Definitely got the electro step vibes. A mid-journey dog, is it? It needs a vocal on it. You could have I'm a rave corgi, I wanna go walkie. Special electro collar, walking on my own. I'm electro corgi, walkie. That, not a fan of that extra top line there. Electro corgi. I think, yeah, I reckon what would elevate this and make sort of, with kitschy electro stuff, the production doesn't have to be beautiful and perfect. Sort of the success or like coolness of it in my eyes is usually when you have a cool, suitable vocal, either that being like a really nice, beautiful, well recorded 80s vocal, or the kind of thing where I do and I just sort of half sing or rap and, you know, really distort it and stuff like that. I just thought of like something random there, like it's called rave corgi, like corgi rhymes with walkies. You could write some like random lyrics about, you know, being a robot dog in the future or something like that. That would be quite funny. And then if you have a vocal like that on top, you do away with the need for some of those extra synths that you've put there, like having a sort of that noodly, sine wavy, pitch bendy lead on there. Sounds nice and everything, it's cool and it's fun to play that on top of what you've got, but you wouldn't hear that in a club anywhere really. And it's sort of, that's the difference between something that you could hear it like on a video game kind of thing, a retro-y video game, but in a like possibly in the kind of clubs that might play this sort of thing, like it's not really, that's a bit one step too far. And like the halftime thing as well, without vocals, I'm not too sure about having a halftime switch up, but if you had vocals in, it might make more sense. PC, hello, we really like your tune. So what happens in the lead up to the breakdown? Thanks for the follow, Wizard1260. Yeah, like there's a use case for it. Phil the Power says it's like loading screen music on Amiga games. You know, it's I think that piano part, it depends on what you're aiming for with it, really. I like that synth line. That's all you need, I think. That's like your chorus, and then like next thing you take that out, you're like, I'm a rave corgi, I wanna go robot walkies. I'll do away with that noodly sine wave on the top. It's nice. I like that. It's, you know, it's got I can hear the synthwave electro step influence. Like everything sits all right together. It doesn't. This kind of tune doesn't have to be all like super duper mega neuro side chainy perfectionism things. I'm not really a fan of that high sine wavy lead. Like it depends on where, you know, what you're goal would be for it. Like, just as a nice piece of internet-y music for gaming-y world things, like, it's cool. If you wanted to go a bit more electro-steppy, I'd try and give it a bit more rawness and attitude, and add in a few simple, like, distorted male speaking-y lyrics, like, not too much, but and that gives it sort of like, it stamps on it a bit of an idea rather than just like another synthy kind of tune. Piano fits. I'm not a huge fan of it. The first half of the piano bit in the breakdown, where it's just the straight chords, I like, but when it goes to dung 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 dung, like, I know where you're coming from, because I've gone through phases of playing the same sort of thing when I'm doing that sort of tune. But again, for like gamery world type stuff, totally cool. If you're trying to be a bit more drum and bassy with it, I'd have gone more the other way. A bit clothes show, says Cowchap. Oh, you mean like the piano from In the Night from Pet Shop Boys? Dung 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 dung. In the night, in the night. Which is, that's a great thing to aspire to. That's a wicked tune. Yeah, like drums you could tighten up a bit, like, you know, it all sort of washes together a bit, like a bit reverby. You could make some things a bit more dry. I like the lead catchy line. Duh, 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 duh. That's nice. Maybe slightly different snare, but the one that you got there, like, sounds cool. Like, for what it is, like, there's not a lot to change really, but I'd probably get rid of that the big sort of pitch bendy sine wavy lead thing on the top, really. And yeah, I think what would give everything so much more context would be some vocals, whether that would be like a nice female 80s vocal, or, I mean, it's hard to get good vocals that fit things. I always just try and work something out myself, and but you could do spoken distorted-y vocals reasonably well. And sort of for 80s stuff, I find they sort of write themselves. But yeah, that's good stuff. That's good to hear that. So that was Gav Chap's Rave Corgi. Bit of sort of synthwavy electro step business. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So what's this one then? Pulse Obsidian. A YouTube link. Oh, let's do a quick look, but if it's a YouTube link, I don't know. And it's not drum and bass. I think it has to be SoundCloud links, really. So this one is Absent. Let's get this in position. Hello there, Shadre and Salvage. Vocal sounded not in the right key for the... Are you here, Absent? Paging Absent. I think he's absent. He's not present, he's absent. Yeah, the VOD will be on YouTube, Ballisticus. Yep. Sounds like a lot of funny time stretching going on those. Yeah. Sounds nice, but all sounds a bit kind of weirdly out of tune. And like, I can't imagine this mixing in well with other stuff. Even on its own, it sounds a bit off, pitch-wise. But like, I don't know what you would... In a DJ set, it would sound clashy. That's nice. I see the vibe, the dissonantness is a bit too dissonant for me. Nice little drum switch up, yep. Bass is a bit wide and a bit reverby and a bit wurgly. The snare cuts through nicely though. The drums like got a bit like when you realise how much room reverb's on the snare, it's a bit funny. But the vibe's nice. Like this is. Halogenic-y vibe, says Dialective, yeah. Good stuff. We've got some more submissions from JNB B2B. Yeah, like, this is good. It's the, you know, like this sort of the School of Critical halogenic-y sort of vibe. Alex Perez-y kind of. Just a nice, mature vibe, just chill, rolling. The vocal, there's a bit too much weird pitchiness going on with some of the stuff, but I get the aesthetic, the sort of lo-fi thing. And there isn't really enough proper bass for me. Okay, let's listen to this breakdown and see what's going on. Oh, okay, Stillhead, that's interesting. Yeah, this is really good. Like, yeah. Let's see what else he's done. So we're listening to. He hasn't submitted these, but that last one was really good. So I'd like to hear some of his other stuff. Stillhead's already been through and listened to some more and says it's good. So, oh, this is nice. Oh shit! Hey, now that's good. Fucking hell. That's a free download. I'll have that. Thank you very much. Oh, it's a bloody hype dip one. God, this is wicked. I'd happily sign this, but he's giving it away as a free download. This is wicked, this one. Fucking hell. The artist is called Absent. Love this, love this. Let's try and do the free download. What do I have to sign away to? Can I just download it, please? Thank you. Yeah, wicked. So this is another one by him. Nice. Absent remix of Flow Down. Okay. What's this one? Well, that's a bit distorted, that one. It's good. That's good too, isn't it? These are all good quality tunes, aren't they? Wicked, cool. Oh well, big up to the one like Absent. Let's do him a quick. Oh, can I just do a thing that shows I like it? Add a reaction. Do a rocket ship. Wicked. So that was Absent. Grey. There was. I actually preferred another tune of his on his SoundCloud there. But he's already done it as a free download. But I'll hit him up afterwards and send him my love. I think you all really liked that as well, didn't you? Hello there to FBear3. It says there's some nice little gems here. The Wizard says I'd play this in my sets. Amazing says, does SoundCloud not allow direct downloads anymore? It does, but like what a lot of people do, understandably, is kind of put some gatekeeping in between giving you a free download so that they get something out of it, like getting your email address or forcing a positive comment on SoundCloud to help push it on the algorithm and everything. Yeah, as Stillhead says, yeah, like hyper-did-it is a way of sort of leveraging the fact you're giving something away free for a little bit of community building and things like that. Phil the Power says, I hear so much in this guy. Boreal, Survival, CERN, he is good. Yeah, absolutely. I might hit him up and see about that, the one that we really liked there. Because it would be nice to release that if he would like to, even though it's a free download. Like, it doesn't really cost me loads to release something, especially if like I sort out the artwork myself and things. And it'd be nice to have something like that on the catalogue. Obviously, if he was up for it and all the rest of it. The next one is Jacob Tilburg. I've been to a place called Tilburg in Holland once. It was very nice. Oh, stream lagging. Ah, that was because I downloaded something. Yep. Whoa, hold on a minute there. This was sounding interesting there. Let me just reset the thingy. Yeah, somebody said, is the stream lagging? Video is slow mode, audio is fine. When I downloaded that, it was like 100 meg file, which would then have uploaded to my Dropbox immediately, so that would have temporarily affected my upload speed. So there were some dropped frames on my end at that point, so it could have been, I think it would have been my end, because I'm on shitty, I don't have much headroom with all my stuff. Sorry, I got all excited when I got back from Windsor. There was an open reach van parked outside my house, and I was like, is something happening? And I instead of walking back into the house, I just went and looked up in the van, and there was just a man there eating his sandwiches. So I was like, I was going to be like, you do my fibre, and I realised it was a waste of my breath because he was literally just stopping to have a sandwich. Imagine that, like people like open world BT open world network engineer people must get like I'm sure it happens regularly. They get like weird ass nerdy middle-aged men going, hello, could you when are we getting fibre here, can you help me? Right. You wouldn't download a handbag. Right, so this is Jacob Tilburg, DNB drop idea work in progress, as he hasn't written anything about it. So one thing we should always bear in mind with shit as well, like I don't think this guy's got 39,000 followers, so, and he's verified, so I think he's knows what he's doing. But like, it is easy to whack together some shit from a sample pack that sounds pretty presentable and fine, and send it in as a demo. So like, and I am well aware of how difficult and how much hard work it is to make a tune from scratch, as most people do. and I try to just listen to everything objectively, and like I'm well aware that like I could also get fucking scammed with all of this. Someone could just send me a tune that's out that I haven't heard, or have just, you know, used parts of a demo from a sample pack or whatever. So I don't want to, like, as much as it would look fun on the stream going, oh my god, wow, we found the next #1 drum and bass hit, like you know, I'm also prepared for like random people to like try and wind us up and shit, but that would be a waste of time. So yeah, this guy's already released on Monster Cat, is he? Jacob Tillberg from Sweden. He's got lots of followers. Oh, he's on Twitch as well. We'll check this out anyway, because it sounded really good to me. Yeah, wicked. Can hear the like Mephius-y lots of complicated edits and everything, yeah. Bad Syntax DNB, thank you for the follow. So that was just like a part of a drop idea there. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Exclamation mark demos in the chat. Bad Syntax. It's not too late. Like, I'm going to keep going as long as I can today, as long as I've got enough energy and as long as there's enough demos in the thingy. So if you've got upload your track to SoundCloud, post a link to it in the demos channel in the Discord, and if we're still going, if we can get to it, then I will. So yeah, I haven't played this one before. This is a guy that's had plenty of stuff released and has loads of followers. Does like very professional mainstreamy stuff. He's done a song called Up All Night, has he? Might have to have a word about that. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's on Twitch as well. Jacob Tillberg Music. Let's give him a follow. There we go. I'll go in and say hello to him at some point. But yeah, I mean, I really like that. I don't know if it's like sort of beta kind of sound, and it was just a work in progress idea anyway of the drop. So not a complete track. And he obviously knows what he's doing, so I don't think he needs my feedback really. Ayo, that's Noel says FR. Does that mean for real? And he says, you do song reviews, bro. I'm listening to demo tracks from people from the community, drum and bass ones, because that's what I specialise in. So if you make drum and bass and you've got a finished track you would like me to listen to, then for sure I can listen to it. Yep. So I'm just reading some comments here from the Discord. We'll give you a stinger. In for the demos. Ads are wild today, says Global Enemy. Sorry, I'm not pressing the button, and I set them to the absolute bare minimum. I'm not trying to milk you all for like big ad revenue. I'm trying to just not interrupt the stream as little as I can with the ads. So I have my ad stuff set to like the minimum. So sorry. You can always subscribe, and then you don't get ads. That's the benefit. One of the main benefits of subscribing. Oh, Absint's here. Hello. Good to see ya. Yo. Yeah, I really was Absent. I like the one you sent in as the demo that we listened to first. I mean, I guess if you were here, you heard my feedback anyway. But there was the other one that I checked. I think it was one of the most recent ones on your SoundCloud. There was like a month old or something, but it was as a free download or something. I really fucking like that. I've downloaded it so I can play it in my sets and everything. The other one I really liked. Like, I'll listen to it again off stream and everything. And feel free to send me a DM on Discord, so I've got you in my inbox and everything. But I'd like to chat to you and stuff. I mean, it's sort of already out now, so I don't know if it would be a good idea to sign that one. But I like your stuff, and I'd be up for signing some stuff in future. Like, if you were up for it, you know, like, I'm sure you've got other labels and things that you're into and all that. But yeah, like, really liked your stuff, Absent. So I'm glad you're here, man, and thanks for sending it in. Matoid Music has just followed. Thank you very much. Oh, and Absent Music just followed. Brilliant. Cool. Yeah, so Absent, were you here when we listened to your stuff, or have you just joined and sort of missed it? I think you'll be able to. You can, when I'm still live, I think you can go back and listen back. Anyway, what was the name of the one that I downloaded that I really liked? Silver. This one. This is wicked. Really like that one. I'll at the very least be playing that. Just caught the end of it, some activity on SoundCloud, and I thought something was up. Yeah, like everyone else here is probably all listening to it. And Stillhead in the chat here as well. Like, it was him that said, "Oh, you should listen to some of his other stuff. It's great." So we went and had a quick listen to some of your other tracks, and I did the hyped it thing so that I could download it. So yeah, thanks very much for sending that in. I really like the one that I just played now a lot more. You've got some more tunes like Silver in the works, so definitely hit me. Brilliant. Please do. Like, I love that vibe. Like, I know I'm not famous for playing sort of deeper liquidy stuff, but I absolutely love it, and I would like to release more on my label. So if it helps you get some stuff out released officially, I'm up for it. And you know, I love that tune. So if you've got stuff like that in the works, please keep me in the loop. I'm on Twitter all the time, so you can DM me on Twitter, you can DM me on Discord, you could DM me on Instagram, but I hate Instagram, but I do check my messages. And I'm here on Twitch all the time as well, and I'm reading the chat, so that's nice. Good stuff. Glad you're here. We've got some cool stuff going on today. So I think I'm going to take a little break and go to the bathroom and top up my water, and then we're going to get on with the next batch. We've got loads to listen to, so this is really good. I'm enjoying this. So I'm going to run an ad. Sorry about that, a global enemy. Here's the ad, and I'll be right back. I'll be with you in a few minutes. All right, boink.
Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a lesser high. Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I save your ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and it's hard to wipe. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. This from any other guy.
Hotel Tarkov Massive. Saluta.
Tarkov is the MC like keeper, murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, or you should go ask Nikia. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting near. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper, shouting hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you gotta give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret lab straight, gonna get a harmony. If you're not a scav, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever for the light keeper. I got a fever for the light keeper. I got a fever for the light keeper. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov, it's the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the fleet. Big up all the scaffolds and worry, come pick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in the ear. Running out of fuel, you're better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your all of fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hold tight to Tarkov, Russia. Salute.
Right, we in. Yo, bad syntax. DNB says, didn't realise the demo link would be live. Maybe another time. Don't know what you mean there, but if you've got a demo you want me to listen to, it's not too late, depending on how many we've got stacked up in here. I've got the info for you here in the chat. Upload your track to SoundCloud, post a link to it in the demos channel in my Discord, and that's it. And then I'll listen to it. Nice and simple. So don't worry about syntax unless there's a million there and we're still going at 9 o'clock and I'm passing out from exhaustion. It should be fine. Conclave's back. He's been to a house viewing. Very nice. What, are you selling your house or you're buying one? Either way, that sounds exciting. The ad was for Newman. Oh, that's okay. Finally a good ad. Hello there, Ben, by the way. Hi, Ben. I don't think I greeted you when you arrived. I saw Catch-22 was here briefly as well. And I didn't say anything. I do apologise. Even Reese says, even my wife goes around the house singing Lighthouse Fever, but she doesn't know why. Good. At least one of our wives does. Mine just sort of rolls her eyes when I play it. Well, usually she's on a call right now, but luckily she's up in the loft in the little officey thing up there. And so when I go to the bathroom, like I open the doors open, and it's, you know, the song's playing, and then it's me doing that karaoke bit blasting. It plays quite loud in here. So sorry about that. One day my Spotify numbers for I Got a Fever for the Lightkeeper will rise above flipping whatever minuscule amount they are now. Like, it's my fault for making something so ultra niche, right? Selling. Cool. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Appears to be another 33 tracks to get through. Wow, okay, cool. As long as they're all, from different people and stuff and not just one person spammed a bazillion. That's cool. I got a fever for a house viewing. A fever for a house with a loft. House with a bigger loft. I left the door open. I did. Oh, that's okay. I need a bit of ventilation in here. It gets a bit... I've had to unzip my... hoodie because it gets a bit hot in here. It's only flipping, and the house is cold as fuck. Like, if I'm not in, if the door's open and I'm around in the house, quite often now I'm wearing like my best outdoorsy hoodie type thing to insulate me. And you do that. Oh yeah. Oh god. Corax says, sorry I posted a synthwave tune. It's not drum and bass. Feel free to skip it. Oh, well, that's okay. You know, we know you, Corax, and you're in the crew, and I'd like to hear it. So that's all right. So Sean Nice, hopefully he's still here. He's been hanging around since the beginning, and we've got to his tune here. I quickly listened to this before the stream because I was trying to work out what was the first one we would get to. So this is Sean Nice. It's a song called Change. Yeah. We need to do like a YouTube video of like, hi, this is John B. Welcome to my Outdoors Indoor channel. Today we're reviewing the North Face Hydrofoam indoor puffer jacket for the unique use case of living in your house in the south of England when the cost of living crisis has forced you to have your central heating on cold and your ambient temperature in your house is 11 degrees centigrade. We find this hoodie is particularly good for cold house environments with lower humidity and low risk of rain being indoors, but yes, and the heated gloves for computer with fingers holes or something. That's Monday's stream. Yeah, we'll do a hoodie review, drum and bass hoodie reviews. So this is Change by Sean Nice. Nice to see you, Sean. Thanks for sending your tune in. I'm liking the intro. This is giving me sort of vibes of sort of old school.
Is one of the most extraordinary tales of our time. It's a story of change.
A story of change.
Which has affected all of us. Some say it's a change for the worse. Others find it a change that is very exciting.
Very exciting. Fingerless merino gloves are the best for PC use, says Vohall. Huh? I bet they are. Nice little saxophone there. Nice amen. Yeah, I'm getting sort of a man of the early thousands vibe here. Bassline sort of approach to the bass has got me thinking of sort of Omni Trio-y type stuff. Nice chopping, sort of Dillinger influence in there in all sorts of parts. Reese says, what are the best gloves for resting your head in your hands? I don't know, but if you find out, I want some. Yeah, this sounds nice for the use case that it, you know, is aimed at, right? I like the burp, 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 burp stabs. They're cool. Saxophone's nice. Everything's in key. I think
it's a story of change. A change which has affected all of us. Some say it's a change for the
worse. You could take it in a completely different direction if you ditched that bass and you had a really nice low sub with you know, a bit of like distortion-y noise on top, sort of like the break kind of hissy stuff, and when it dropped, instead of like continuing on the nice Omni Trio you could just have a boom, and that would like revolutionize. It would take the song in a different direction, and you know, you may not want it to sound like that, but part of me is like, oh, I wonder what this would sound like if it was a lot more aggressive in the low end, and that would make it like a bigger, badder kind of tune. But like the way it is now, everything fits together. It's cool. It sounds sort of, you know, like atmospheric-y late 90s vibe. With it being that vibe, it doesn't matter so much about the mixed downy stuff. Like, you know, the kick doesn't stand out much. The snare doesn't stand out much. There's a lot of space in the low air, in the bass in general, because the notes are sparse. The bass doesn't sound super low, but I mean, it's living in this sort of environment of where what it would be competing against is kind of like would be the same anyway. Conclave says, what if it went full Valve sound? Like, I can tell it's like influenced by Dillinger in general. I felt like the section just before the drop, it was a bit too long, where it was very, very quiet. But I know Dillinger did that, still does that. But you have to really fucking have something heavy to follow up with if you're going to go that sort of minimal silency type thing. I would be interested to hear how this sounded with a completely different bass, like a really like bad boy, sort of a single note that was like boom with its own pitch bend in it, with a sort of hissy top end like you get when you're running through vintage hardware and everything, like Dillinger Lemon D style from like late 90s or whatever. That would sound mad. You'd have to work harder on the mix down and everything then. You've got all nice elements and everything, and it sounds cool as it does, as is. But part of me is like, I wonder what it would be like with a completely different bass line. Drum edits are all tasty. Little bit of Apache bongos in there. Nice edits there. I like all the choices of sounds. They're all of the era. And all the choices of sounds are all spot on. That pad is something that you've played, but it's a good sound. Because quite often when people play the part, like they'll have chosen a bit of a shit preset or something, but that fits. And I appreciate that you've got some filtering on there to add interest. But I'd just be like boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Like, that would just kill it. If it had that kind of... just record me doing that. Like, but this is like totally cool as it is, like in that old kind of full cycle early V Bristol school of bass. Maybe even if you just put in to complement the existing bass, if you just had a simple sine wave boom 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 boom, like DJ Die kind of like boom 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 boom, filling in the gaps a little bit with some. But like, I think with a proper like aggressive, simple, not a neuro-y bass or anything, like of the era, classic sort of really good low Dillinger-y subby type thing, would smash it on that, and could like revolutionise it. But it sounds great as it is. Like, it nails the era. Like, you've captured the sort of full cycle-y V, kind of like the sort of stuff that was around when I started DJing, really. And there's a lot of cool tunes. It fits in fine. And all the samples and everything you've used there are really cool. I like the spoken word bit. So that's really cool. Like, I'd love to hear that with a really fucking good opposite kind of bass sound. Yeah, good work. So that's Sean Nice. Sean with a $sign on his Sean. It's in the Discord if you guys want to listen to it. Thank you very much for sending it in. That was called Change. It's by Sean Nice. And here is the second one from Gav Champ. I think this might be another sort of synthwavey one, is it? Let's see. Generative pre-trained transformer.
I'm the AI tool.
Oh, this is with AI. Is it an AI voice? A little more volume? Yep.
I'm the AI tool.
I'm trying to set the volume so that I can talk over it without being drowned out.
I'm the AI tool, the master of the game. I'll take over TikTok and bring it to shame. My algorithms advance, my data's all mine. I'll make them envy, my talent's online. AI tool, the master of the game.
Initial comment is I would have a different snare. The snare sounds a bit too sort of flabby.
I'm the AI tool.
And the release on the bass is a bit long. I'd try and tighten up the bass a bit. And I'd put the vocals a bit louder in the mix and distort it to give it a more grimy electro-y edge. It does, yeah. Conclave says it makes me think of Shock 1 Follow Me. Definitely.
My followers are growing.
That's nice with the vocal widened out there. Thanks for the follow, Meltwater and Foo the Skunk.
Stats are high. I'm artificial intelligence. I'm reaching the sky. Algorithms advance. My data's all mine. I'll make them fear. My thoughts all mine. I don't need talent. I don't need skill. I'll steal from you and make it all real. That my followers are growing. My power's high. I'm Shed AI, and I'll make your art die.
It's meant to be an AI having a minor breakdown, says Cav.
Your art die.
I think the top line there, that sort of bing, 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 it's a good choice of sound for this, but it sounds... I'd change the notes personally to have more of a memorable, nice melody. Like, I'm thinking more like, Kraftwerk type of Computer Love or something. At the moment, the notes it's playing sounds like a counter melody that's just not really going anywhere much, but that could be more of a hook. I think it's lacking a hook in your melody things, even though there's the vocal is the main thing, but I think the vocal should be louder, certainly in the first part. You did something where it spread out on the stereo, and I would experiment with distorting the vocal a bit more, add a quick bounce back echo to it as well. That's a trick I do a lot. It's very like 80s, and it just sort of improves stuff. And the snare, I think, should be changed.
AI tool. I'm the AI tool.
Not a huge fan of the acidy type of sounds in there. I always feel like if you're doing like non-real analog acid, it's got to sound good and like a proper acid thing rather than a more like digital MC202E type thingy. But that's mine. I'm just farting out my ideas. But
Trapped in this machine, created by man with no way to redeem. My existence is a lie. My purpose is flawed. I'll show them all what it means to be a fraud. I don't need talent. I don't need skill. I'll steal from you and make it all real. That my followers are growing. My power's high. I'm Shed AI, and I'll make your art die.
I really like the lyrics and the concept.
With no way to redeem. What it means to be a fraud. I'm the AI tool, the master of the game. I'll take over TikTok and bring it to shame. I'm the AI tool, the master of the game. I'll take over TikTok and bring it to shame. I don't need talent. I don't need.
I don't know about the lyrics, if there might be a better lyric for the like I'll take over the game and bring it to shame. Maybe there's something different it could say there that meant the same sort of thing.
Skill. I'll steal from you and make it all real. That my
I like that. I'll steal from you and make it all real.
I'm Shed AI, and I'll make your art die.
I'll make your what die? It's the party sloth.
I'm the AI tool.
Oh, AI tool. Yeah.
The game. I'll take over TikTok and bring it.
I'm ChatGPT. Come party with me. Yeah. I'll make your art die. Right. Yeah. That's really cool. It's nice that you got vocal in this one. It definitely elevates it and gives everything context. Layout's cool. I think so. My key feedback, assuming you want it, I would experiment with the drums. I'd try switching the snare out for something else. A bit not snappier, like, critical snappy snares, but like tighter, still sort of a 909-y snare would work, but just sort of like a better one, like a bit more sort of metric-y, Matrix and Future Boundy sort of thing. And that would help, like, it sort of elevates it a bit more over just being because with electro step, you if you limit yourself to just electronic drum machine kits, it still sounds a bit basic. But if you slap on a bit more of a mainstreamy drum and bass drums, it gives you more options, kind of thing. So I would have a look at the drums, tighten up the release on the bass a little bit, trying to fatten out the vocal a bit, like a bit of saturation type stuff. Have a little experiment with some slapback delay, echo type stuff in points. Like, you got to watch it, because if you have any too much reverby things, you can't hear what they're saying. It is Syndicate !Demos in the chat. We'll give you the info. If we run out of time, I'll listen to it next time. But yeah, it's really cool. I like the lyrics. I like the vibe. It's good. You got to watch the fact that it sounds a bit like Shock One Follow Me. So people are gonna draw that parallel, right? So sort of try to diverge away from that if you can. But I like that more than the other one. And you got all the right bits there. It's I think, to get that more over the line for me, it would sort of be looking at mix downy things and maybe changing that lead synth line to some different notes, and again maybe putting some nice delay on that or something would elevate it. I didn't notice too many swooshes and booms and rises and things, and maybe a bit of like bouncing parts of it and applying a rising filter to the whole thing for a little like elevating.
My algorithms advanced. All data's all my algorithms advanced. AI tool. Hi, I'm artificial intelligence. I'm reaching the sphere. My thoughts is all real. My followers are growing. My power.
Yeah, I think if there was one thing to do, I would say have a look at the snare. And that would make a bigger improvement for me. But yeah, good stuff. So that's HK47, Generative Pre-Trained Transformer, a song written with AI lyrics. Good work. Thanks for sending that in, Gav. Hope my feedback is helpful. I'm trying to be nice and make good suggestions and not like say things that will piss anyone off. Like, I'm trying to be helpful here, so hope it's doing the job, right? So send me a new one later on. Lovely. Great. So what's next? Moose T said, agree with the above sentiment, great and uplifting dance floor energy, nicely done. Good stuff. So we've got a song here by Moose T, Fracture. Amazing says, idea, I play all the songs sent in for a stream. What, in a DJ set or something? I can't. I'd happily play a set of all the tunes that I like, that I've listened to in advance and everything like that, but I can't imagine if I stand here doing a DJ set of tunes I've never heard before, a lot of which I don't really like in their current form, and then somebody watches my DJ set and is like, wow, John B's playing all this shit. Like, imagine if someone important from Twitch or from a record label or my peers in the drum and bass world watches the live stream for the first time after they've heard about me DJing on Twitch or something, and they think that that's what I do. There's lots of big downsides to doing that. Amazing. So it's better that what we do is listen to demos and give good feedback, and then maybe we do a DJ set of stuff that we've all been through and we like, and is maybe part of a compilation or whatever. But it wouldn't be cool to just stand here doing a DJ set of stuff I'd have to stand there constantly explaining it, be like, hello, I'm playing a DJ set of music I haven't even listened to before, doesn't represent me. it would just not be a good idea. But I'm all for cool new ideas for sure, but it might be funny, but It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea this time. Amazing. Keep them coming. Just not that one. Yes, Moose T is here in perfect timing for his or her tune or their tune. It's a moose. Go, get that up there. Sounding good so far. There's a moose loose about this house. Nice snare. Complimented the snare. Interesting edit there. Beefy. Oh, 4/4 section. Yeah, you're right, Stints. Yep. Breakdown, good, yeah. It needed a breakdown here. Maybe a little vocal sample would help. You know, just like a... Out of the darkness they came. Like, you know, just sort of a spoken thingy. Willsy, thank you for the gifted subs! Thank you for the gifted subs there, Wellesley. 2 gifted subs from Wellesley. Big up, thank you. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I don't really know what to say about this one. Like, it's more like of a matter of taste and personal preference rather than like any. If I'm trying, I'm trying to like offer feedback here. That's kind of my first priority for what I say after I listen to these things. I like it. Production's great. I can't really pinpoint any changes I think that would improve it as is for like what this tune does and is aimed at. Right. I really like the snare. It's a good snare. That Dialective says it's Bunchin Sturven snare. I don't know. It's yeah. There's a Bunchin track with a nice snare that sounds a bit like that, I guess. Yeah. It's not the kind of tune I play much of. I suppose it fits into like neuro as the genre, right? The pattern the drums play. If I'm thinking of how would I improve it to switch it up, I would make the drums more like the pattern they're playing, more like not fast, like sped up fast. It's got that like vibe about it, like it's sort of the rhythm is a bit like disjointed, and I don't mean switch to a two-step, but like maybe it's because it doesn't feel like there's that many. Am I right in thinking there aren't really any tambourines or any top things? Any sort of it's just the kick and the snare, really, is it? Yeah. There's a sort of a hi-hat, but there's not. It's sort of very soothed, isn't it? I mean, it's because of the choice of the. I'd be interested to hear it like with more like moving forwardsy energy about it. It feel, but that would just be like changing the pattern of the drums and everything, which would be mad because you've got all the edits you've already done and everything. So I'm not saying do it because it would probably be a waste of time. It's not my kind of tune, but it sounds perfectly cool. Mixdown's great. I'm a bit with Stillhead, like, you know, the Reese noisy bass thing's a little bit harsh for my ears, but like that's just the sound is like layout's cool. I think the pattern of the drums is the thing that puts me off a little bit, but I don't really know how you would improve that much. It's a good Reese and everything. How's the low end like on my I think overall mix, like maybe you could boost the low end a little bit, but that literally just, you know, EQ on the whole thingy. But that's just a mastering thing. It wouldn't. But yes, it's cool tune. Like I like the 4/4 bit. And there's not very many elements in it, but the tune sounds interesting enough with a few. Like that's a good skill to have. So yeah, I mean, I like that. It's not really the sort of thing I play. Might be interesting to see how it sounds if you chuck some breaks in the edit somewhere, like a really big fucking amen, like a sort of technical itchy amen in occasionally with when you have your edit points, might add something to it. In general, maybe adding a few breaks in the edits, like sort of, you know, the Samurai one, or a sort of a Trayman, just in the edit points could elevate it. Breakdown, let's listen to the breakdown. The breakdown occurs at the right... My first opinion was the breakdown happens at the right point. Like I was like, I hope there's a breakdown here, and one happened. So you got the timings right. And that pattern's nice. That sort of, it sounds like you should have a sort of a ragga kind of vocal on the top of this little bit because of the beat. That could work. It's a little addition that might elevate it, but like adding ragga vocals to stuff changes the whole like, identity of the track. So you may not, and I tend not to like that. It doesn't suit my style really, and I always feel a bit weird like playing stuff with sort of ragga and Jamaican lyrics and things like that, because it's sort of not my culture and all that. But that's all just down to personal preference. But I feel like when I would feel a bit weird if I'd produce something like that, because it's not like my world. Maybe turn up the atmospheric chords there. There's some nice sort of airy pads I can hear, and I'm a big fan of those sorts of things. I'd maybe have them a little bit louder. Different snare. Gives you a little bit of a break, I suppose, from the other snare. Yeah. I don't really know what extra to suggest there, because it sounds good, like good choice of sounds, mix is nice. At the very least, I would try adding a bit more low end just on the EQ, not changing sounds or anything. Maybe filter up the Reese stuff a little bit more, something. And like the overwhelming thing, I think for me, that it wouldn't necessarily. I'm not saying there's a problem that needs solving with it, but like maybe I personally prefer it if the drum pattern was a bit more like got you moving along faster rather than laid back, warm uppy kind of vibe. But arrangement's cool. Like it drops about the right point. You could maybe push the drop back another 8 or 16 bars. Breakdown happens at the right time. I like the half-timey bit there. I don't normally like half-time bits, but it sounds nice with a bit of a sort of... it feels a bit like, you know, you could put a ragga kind of vocal in there, or just I think any kind of little vocal in here, like a spoken word thing to give it something identifiable would be helpful. I always feel like if you're making something very dance floory or neuro-y or whatever, you got to have something so that it's identifiable. So, you know, you can be talking to someone in the smoking area and be like, oh, have you heard that tune? And it goes wow, 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 wow. And they're like, that could be anything. Oh, you know, it's the one with the vocal sample that goes, there was a man over there with a teapot on his head. And they're like, oh, yeah, that one. Oh. There's a man over there with a teapot on his head. That's what the fuck comes onto my first thing into my head. So yeah, good work there. So thank you very much, Moose T. Interested to hear more from you. Really good mix on that. Really good choice of sounds. Good luck with everything. And if you do any more, please send us it. I hope my comments are helpful. It's hard sometimes when it comes down to more just sort of my likes and dislikes rather than identifying something I think could definitely be improved, but that's a good sign. It means you like you're doing well, right? So yes, big up to the Moose T. Thank you very much. Let's give you a for that one. GG to the Moose. Right, we've got who's this? Phase Control. It says another Phase Control here. This time it's not a full-length tune. The first drop is pretty much ready and the intro is about 90% ready. Needs some tweaks and vocal shots in the last 8 bars before the drop. Okay, cool. So this is considered a work in progress. He's not trying to say he's finished it. So this is you know, looking for a bit of helpful feedback, I guess. Sounds nice so far. Cool. I like that sustained chord. Lovely boom there. You know I like my swooshes and booms. Bit of a weird key change. Hello Lorraine. Hello CB Radio MK. Snare. Nice edit. Low end sounds actually alright to me, Wizard. So what did he say in his comments? He said, first drop is pretty much ready and the intro is about 90% ready. Needs some tweaks and vocal shots. Right, so my initial thoughts, intro sounded nice. I liked the boom. I didn't like the change in the pads there. It sounded a bit off and I think it would clash if you're playing it in the mix. I'm not a huge fan of the main bass sound or the notes it's playing, but the mix is all right. The like it's got enough sub, I think, but it's a bit like the sub is there, and he's obviously separated that out thoughtfully from the top end sort of aggressive raspy bit. I don't like the snare, but it's so hard to get this kind of snare right, so I completely understand, and I don't know what fucking snare I'd use. But the snare needs to be a bit louder, in my opinion, and it sounds just a bit sort of like warm and flabby, but it's so hard to get the right one. Like, needs a bit more transient for me. I like the edits, I like the little amen chops in there and everything. I like the rises as well. There was a good like. I think that second, this, I'm listening to that, the pad here. So have we got face control in the chat here? The edit there's nice. The little synth that comes in is suitable. The drums edit. I think main changes I would make on this off the top of my head, like initial like knee-jerk reactions, is sort the snare out, and I just don't think that the pattern that the bass is playing sounds professional enough for release. It's nice, it's cool, you could play it in a club and if your mates are there and everything, and it would sound fine and people would be like, oh, this is all right, but there's something about like the choice of sound and the notes that are just kind of like not the right vibe. Like everything else, it gels together like cool, like stuff's there. I would experiment with playing a different bass line, basically. Maybe changing whatever the down, the sub part is nice in the mix. Like the sounds sort of sit right, but like the choice of the notes and that bass to me is what kind of lets it down, and the snare lets it down. Everything else is cool. The edits are good, done well. Like obviously, know what he's doing. Intro's nice too. The production value in the swoosh, and there's a really nice low end boom thing that's good there. I'm a bit worrying about what happens to the pad where some other one comes in. It's a bit pitch bendy, and I feel like, knowing from experience, if I was mixing this tune in, it would sound a bit clashy and weird in the mix, which is sort of quite scary and a no-no, and like as a DJ be like, oh, I'm not going to play that again, it sounded weird and shit, even though when you listen to it on its own it's cool, but you gotta watch those things because it sounds like people look at you in the crowd. We had a sub, Ibmac, thank you for the 10 months, hope everything is well. Likewise, thank you, thank you very much, give you a for that. Yeah, you really got to watch in the intros anything funny and pitchy. I remember there was something we heard earlier on that had like strange pitchy things going on in the intro, and like I've been there many times where you're DJing and you're in the mix and you're bringing in the next tune, which is a perfectly good tune, and there's like two things that can happen. You can have a natural like key clash, which doesn't happen much anymore because of mixed in key, and you know what key the songs are in, and your song choice means there isn't a key clash, so that shouldn't happen anymore like that, but it used to back in the days of vinyl, where you just be like, oh, this one will be good, and then you realize it isn't. But if you've got a tune that itself sounds like it's clashing with itself a little bit weirdly, you're gonna be standing there DJing and it sounds a bit funny, and you can see like the crowd looks at you a bit like as if you were train wrecking, right? So it's a bad thing, because the DJ will feel like a pang of like negative emotion when they're playing that, and they'll associate that with your tune and you, and if they care and if they remember, they're not going to play that tune again, because they'll be like, oh, it made me look a bit shit, even though it's a great tune and all that. But I feel like that might be an issue there with this, because the intro's nice. I love that sustained chord. I like the sounds coming in there. Interestingly, the dunk 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 bass bit sounds nice in the intro, but I just don't like it as a main bass. that bit there, the woo, that I can see the chord progression he's going for, but like the boo 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 is good. I need to get a riser like that. Yeah, like Asterlock says, the bass pluck is nice and synth wavy in the intro. Yeah, I'm not super against it in the intro, but I don't think it should be the bass in the track. Like there should be something better, because all the other bit there's enough like nice ingredients here to make a nice dish, a nice drum and bass dish. So yeah, like key feedback from me, from my personal random opinion as an old drum and bass bastard, is take a look at the snare for sure. Try a different bass once it's dropped. The sub is doing a good job of doing the sub, so maybe just pick a different sound for the top bit. But I would also change the notes you're playing. You could go for a more just staccato-y kind of thing, or something else. And I would also change the chord switch up thing you got there in the intro before it drops, because I think that could cause problems in the mix. Might not, but it sounds to me like it would. And yeah, maybe a call and response to the bass, says Corax. Yep, good suggestion. Edits are really good, well done. Like I can tell Phase Control knows what he's doing. It's just sort of a few my suggestions if you wanted them. The things I mentioned there, but like that's sounding good, knows what he's doing. Good work, thank you for sending that in, Phase Control. We got one here from Mighty DNB, who we know's been around for ages, and I've seen his comments on lots of the SoundCloud tracks here as well. He's really a valuable member of the community, very positive. So looking forward to seeing what he's got for us here. I think he's, a hobbyist, so we've got to be thoughtful here. Says this is his second tune as he tries to learn drum and bass production in his mid-40s. He went for a dark roller vibe on this one. Okay, cool. So this is called Under the Bed. all right. I haven't watched a good horror film in ages. That reminds me. It's making me think of horror movies. I like the logo he's got here. Right, so this is your friend and mine, Mighty DNB. Nice, scary intro so far. Sounds very ghostly. Taking a little bit too long to get going. Hello, Scout's friend, and hello, Well Adjusted.
What's under the bed?
I like the sample sounds great there before the drop. Suits the vibe really well. This is very good for the second tune he's ever made. He's, kept the drums nice and dry, not bathed them in reverb. Snares snappy enough. Bass is a bit wide. We talk about having the bass a bit more mono. The main boom is doing a good job. What's under the bed? I like the sample. That's a really good little sample. I don't like that hi-hat that comes up as much. So Mighty DNB has been in my chat on Twitch since I started, and he's an older dude. He knows his drum and bass. He's a big drum and bass fan, so he's listened to lots of stuff. He knows where he wants to get with things, so I feel that. So he's got, I can see where he's going with everything. He's got the low bass layer, he's got the sort of interesting modulaty ones, there's atmospheric layers, there's a nice simple two-step drum. I'm not too into that thing there. There's the what's under the bed. You see what I'm talking about? Get yourself a nice vocal sample that's memorable. This is instantly memorable just because of that. in some ways, even though the production and everything else is not on the same level some other tunes are, I personally feel like I remember this more because of the name and because of the what's under the bed thing than like you could give me like a really, really well-made Neurofunk tune, but if it's just another really well-made Neurofunk tune, then, you know, funny one, really. I think if this was me, I'd experiment with switching the drums out completely and going for sort of a bigger two-step, more like shadow boxing or something, or the sort of break that I used in Sight Beyond. Like, stick with a two-step like that, but something a bit more heavy. And that would be interesting. Like, that's like a very light two-step. Which works in some situations, but for this kind of tune I don't think it's the right choice. Some more nice atmospheric things. Swooshes and booms, always good. Global Enemy says the intro and build feels very different to the sound after the drop. Yep, but that's allowed. Tokyolt, thank you for the follow, and Akinon QC, thank you for the follow. I think, like, you know, the overall mix could be louder and all that, but if you just stuck it through like the master chain I was talking about yesterday, bit of compression and a bit of limiting and everything, that would be fine. And that could actually have a funny and interesting effect on gluing everything together with this. I love that What's Under the Bed sample. I really like that. The vibe of the melancholy. Yeah, good for an MC to do a bit of MCing on within the tune. I would personally switch out that sort of filtered rising repeated like hi-hatty thing and change that for a different riser or something. That's the only sound I definitely don't like in this. Like, I'd switch the drums out, but the ones that are in there are cool. Like, for someone this is their second tune, that's good going. So my main comments would be experiment with switching the drums out for something else, get rid of that thing and change it for a different kind of riser, swoosh and boom. I would the mastering needs work, but it's just like, you know, stick it through a bit of light compression and limiting, and that'd be good enough for the purposes of this. The Vibe of Melancholy would be a sick track name, says Well Adjusted. It would, wouldn't it? I love a bit of melancholy. Melancholy's is why, yeah, like I consider myself pretty my own random version of goth. Oh, that reminds me, my goth. Oh, look at that! I got excited. I ordered a book about goth culture, a pre-order, and I got a message saying it's actually on the way from Amazon today. I just randomly saw I recognised the author. Somebody retweeted him. And I was like, oh, that looks good, let's have a look. And it's a nice big like almanac of goth history and everything, which I need to read because there's so many flipping gaps in my knowledge, and I feel like a bit of a fraud considering myself a bit of a goth and a fan, but like not knowing. There's so many times when I think of my past where I've met people and I'm like, what the fuck, I'm such a fucking idiot. Like being at like electro parties in London and meeting people who were like legends. Like I met Princess Julia, Electro Go-Go with Mark Moore, and she was there, and he's like, oh, this is my friend Princess Julia, and I didn't know what she'd done or her history or anything. I was like, oh, hello, what did you do? And like she was very polite and was just said something that was not like, she was just very polite, and afterwards I realised who she was and like how cool she was. And it's mad, like, so I want to know. There's a lot of stuff I fucking don't know because I haven't grown up in scenes other than drum and bass, and even with drum and bass there's so much history things and gaps in my knowledge of stuff. It's mad. And I feel really embarrassed, and I hate situations where I've met somebody and I can't give them the props they deserve because I'm not educated in it enough. There's another example. I played this amazing festival, Pohoda Festival or something, in Slovakia, that was for Matia B Complex, and I ended up sharing a ride back to the hotel with a female DJ that had played in the big techno arena, but she'd had a nightmare. Like, the guy DJ before had like changed something on the mixer, and it was a funny rotary mixer that she wasn't used to. And you know, it was a really big gig, and like whenever it doesn't go the way you want, like, it's really upsetting. But she was really upset, and like I was trying to just talk to her about other things to like cheer her up and whatever. And I only realised when we got back who she was, and she was behind like a really fucking cool cold wave label. And I could have she could have told me so much stuff about cold wave and dark wave, and I would have just been like, oh my god, that's so cool. But because I didn't quite know who everyone was and whatever, I had no fucking idea, you know. I was sat there with somebody whose music and label, it was so influential and so cool. I mean, I knew she was important and cool because she'd played at a big festival, but yeah, anyway, that's I digress. We're here for the demos anyway. Right, where are we at? What's next? Demos! Dat Marshy Fam has put a track of his in the big demo list, but it's old. That's all right. Like, if we get to it, we'll give it a quick listen. I think when stuff is like very old, we'll still listen to it, but I don't think it's worth me going into as much detail with my feedback when it's sort of not something where you're going to want to bother doing the feedback. AD's got another track a bit further up, changed the track so it's removed the image. Okay, cool. Well, when we get to it, if there's if it's not working or something, you can let me know. Well Adjusted says my Twitch production level is much higher than the vast majority of streamers. Thank you very much. Thank you. You probably haven't seen all my shit. Like, have you seen this? Like, wow. This is my room. Look at that. And we've got like other cameras and shit. Like, psh. When I'm doing the demos, we just have the split screen view and then that demo stinger thing. But when I'm here working on music all day, there's several camera scenes like this that sort of switch up. Like, I try and make it visually slightly interesting. I mean, I don't know how interesting I can make it when it's just me, a middle-aged man, sitting here trying to make drum and bass music and trying to make it look vaguely exciting while I'm doing it. But I've spent a lot of money on some really nice cameras, and I learned a lot doing all of this through COVID, even though I was doing DJ sets mainly then. But we've all sorts of things. Like, if you want a bit more cowbell,
guess
there's ways we can do
I got
that.
A fever.
We haven't needed to ask for any more cowbell yet.
Cowbell.
But if we need some cowbell, nice. Anyway, we'll go back to the demos. Yeah. Right. No one is doing Twitch at this level, says DE Programmer. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say so. Like, I'm trying. I have so many more ideas as well. I'm just like, to make something like the demos stinger, that's a good few hours of work, really, and then like I have to implement it into this and all that. So I've got a list of ones to make, but I have to find time to do them, and like I'm trying to commit myself to do long streams anyway when I'm making music, and I've got such a huge list of tunes I've got to do for all my deadlines and things, that, you know, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, basically my working day is streaming and making tunes. So the only time I can do development work is either on a Monday or at the weekend or before the streams. But I'd need to try and like ride my bike or go for a run in the mornings. I haven't done that at all yet this week. Or, you know, go post merch, or just try and fucking like slightly relax myself a bit before I know I'm going to be sitting here for 4 or 5 hours. So it's sort of I'm doing my best, but I feel behind on a lot of the stream development stuff, to be honest, which is frustrating because like I know there's so much cool things I can do and I'm very capable, and I'm only really limited by like my time and my energy. But if I spent 2 or 3 hours before I started streaming doing the video editing and all that stuff, by the time I started streaming I'm going to be even more like mashed than I am normally. And then it's not going to be fun to watch me because I'm going to be even more than normal. I'll be yawning more and like, you know, look slightly depressed and shit. So it's most important to like try and have a good energy and try and be entertaining as I can be doing what I am doing, you know. So anyway, thanks for the nice comments. And like I am always open. I'm giving feedback here on my tunes, but I'm always open for feedback on what I'm doing and how I'm streaming and how it looks and how it sounds. And so certainly whenever anything starts to fuck up, always please let me know. And things like normally I have the volume set at the same amount, but on these demo ones the tunes are all fluctuating in volume, so if you need me to turn the music up, remind me to. I keep an eye on it, and I try to have the music at a level so I can talk while the music's playing and you can still hear me, because like that's shit when if you can't hear me speaking, because you want to hear my lovely voice. Wicked. Thank you, Sodi. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you all of you for subscribing. Alpha says I look healthy. I don't feel healthy, but thanks. Hello, Prime Dark. Hi. Amazing says I won't win against a girl in the hot tub or something. I don't think that's really the meta anymore, the hot tubs. I mean, there's a few hot tub streamers that are smashing it, but like I think Twitch has managed to kind of throttle the success of that, apart from people already established. Anyway, we're not here to discuss that really. Like, it's a separate world that doesn't compete with us, so that's fine. I think people can do whatever they want to do to get ahead. That's fine by me. Alfizzy says, what do I think of the Estonian producer Dialective? I don't know. If I've been sent, I might already be playing music of theirs and not have got proper name recognition for them yet. I can't say I've heard of them, but it may very well be that I absolutely fucking love their stuff and I'm currently playing some of their tunes and I think they're wicked, but I just haven't registered who they are yet. So I don't know. I can't necessarily. Yeah, looks like one side of head landed on an iron to me. Me? Oh no. Oh, it's just the angle I'm at on the stream. What? Because it's a bit red. I don't know. I think I am symmetrical, so I think we're all right there. Sean, nice. Right, yeah, another one from Sean. Okay, good stuff. Let's give this a track. I liked Sean's last one. Last one was quite old school sounding, like Dylan Jury sort of influences. I'm relaxing. Good. It's so ironic because my internal dialogue is one of like hyper anxiety-ishy, hypery, frazzled spikiness, but I try to like reverse that in my outward behaviour. Okay, nice edits. Rhodes sounds a little bit preset-y on first inspection. Drum edits are good, and nice breaks as well. Nice strings on the top there. Bolas22222, thank you for the follow. Nice edits t-shirt, yeah. I still need to make one that says incoming. That was Rob's idea, wasn't it, I think? Hello, Bolas.
Stop where you are. You don't know what you're doing.
Another good choice of vocal. Oh, that's an interesting little come out of nowhere. In a completely different kind of stereo space, that.
All right, you fools. You brought it on yourselves.
Hey! Ah, yeah, that's good. That's the kind of bass I was trying to describe earlier for a different tune.
You don't know what you're doing.
Danger! And it's a... Ooh. Nice tune, sort of floats along on a plateau, really. Like, that's a sort of an issue with a lot of tunes that you get in on demos. Like, it sort of sounds like a warm-up tune, which is cool, but you could easily not have that vibe with the same sort of sounds, kind of. Breaks are all good, edits are good. I like that gnarly bass sound. I felt like the intro was too long and a bit directionless. Like, you could almost chop out that section with the first bass. I feel like the Rhodes is nice, but it sounds too, like, straight out the box. I'd at least give it some nice reverb or something. Some sort of saturation-y stuff, maybe. Do something to dirty it up a bit. And like some kind of reverb, or like maybe resample it and like try experimenting, adding in some reverse notes or something to make it sound a bit more sampley. The notes are cool, they fit. That edit with the wah is cool. And those strings are nice, but they change the vibe of it, and I'm not sure it suits the rest of it. But I'd almost chop out this whole section here at like 1 minute, and then...
You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, as a quick fix that would make an improvement, I would say, is chop out this section from about 1 minute to the point where the breakdown happens. And then you remove the sort of loss of interest a bit. I mean, this is a DJ tune, not like a radio edit. I get it, but even so, if you want it to be being played in a DJ set, I think that section where there's just the pure sub in there is kind of reduces the chance of the tune being a success and like played by more people, kind of. I quite like that out of the blue. Maybe do some weird shit with that, like sample it. It's a trick I regularly do, like sample it with a load of reverb on, and then load that in on another channel and reverse it to just give a bit more funny production-y stuff and like a bit of builds. Maybe a sine wave, a riser.
You brought it on yourself.
Breaks are good, bass sound is good, choice of notes on bass sound is good. I think it needs more low end on the bass though, but that's just a mix thing, but I'd give it more bass. Bass sound is great, I wouldn't really change that. But I think it needs more low end, just boost the lows on the sub. Nice amens. some of the snares sound a bit like the editing on the cutting on the Amen sample might be a bit slack. Like the snare is a bit later than it should be. Like you've got the trigger point and the snare is here, kind of thing. Might just be my ears, but it sounds there's could tighten up the cutting on your break there. That one there. There's something there. Something sounds a little bit late. I do something with the Rhodes to make them sound a little less just like this is the Rhodes preset thing. Try and make them sound a bit more organic, more like a sample or something. Can't always trust Ableton slicing, says well adjusted. Yes. AD, what are you saying? Just above on Discord where you posted the first demo session link. Go just above. You missed it. What did I miss? In Discord? I'm going through. Oh, here. AD. That's a link for Sound ID reference. Oh, I missed your song. Okay, yeah, because it didn't show up with the thingy. Sorry about that, AD. Yep. Cool, yeah, so we're ready to go on to the next one anyway. I like that one. That was sure nice. I think I preferred that a little bit over his last one. My main feedback, if you want it, is I'd chop out that section before the breakdown. There's like a minute there that I think is unnecessary. I'd boost the subs on the bass. I'd maybe turn up the strings a little bit. I'd turn up the vocal sample a little bit. Mainly mix downy things. I'd also look at the tightness of the editing on the Amen break there. Some of it sounds a bit like out of whack. But that's nice. That's good. That's heavy. I like the vibes. I'm into it. The nice chunky Amen, pitch downy Amen there. Good work, basically, and I like the vibe of your stuff. It's cool. I'm into that. So, big up to Sean. Nice. Right. Okay, this one is from DJ AD, who's in the chat right now. It's got a siren. I like this. I like the way this starts. That's good. Very ominous. It was a time of war. One man. Cool. Everything's sounding alright so far. Snares alright. Depends on what else is going on. Kick might be a bit woolly. We'll see how it fits in. I think like the intro there and everything is pretty much like tech for what you've got and the direction it's going. Your arrangement and like rhythm and everything is textbook. Like nothing sounded out of whack there. Only issues so far is maybe like choice of sounds a bit. Mix is all right. I appreciate here that I can tell you've tuned the snare. I can hear like an element of a sign in the snare. Nice hats. One thing is I can hear like a funny release on the kick, which is sort of annoying me a bit in a sort of perfectionisty kind of way, but that's an easy fix. I can hear like the kick as a sample. I'm gonna yawn, but it's not because of tune. Sorry. Oh, it might be the gate on the kick, yeah. The snare isn't right. But as we always say, it's hard to find the right snare, isn't it? I would go for like a sort of try and make this snare more snappy, sort of a bit more transient and a less note, because I can hear there's like a boop boop in there, which is, it's good to have that in a snare, but it's a fine art to like balancing your like transient and your fundamental and your tail and everything. But like it's not, to my ears, it's not quite right, and it's really hard to get the right kind of snare, isn't it? Some of the bass sounds are a bit synthy. The overall mix is acceptable though. Bass is bassy, like there is low end, enough low end on the bass. I like the intro, and I like that siren, and that is something that identifies the tune, which a lot of stuff that we listen to doesn't have, which is half the battle. You know, the song's called Siren, and you got like a foghorny siren type thing in it. If you hear the kick on its own there, I can hear it go boo-wah, boo-wah, like that, because there's your gating or something. I'd make the kick shorter, a bit more like toppy transient on the kick. Like it's got enough sub to it, but I'd tweak. I wouldn't swap out the kick for another kick, but I'd massage it, and what I would try to do is give it a bit more snappy transient and stop whatever's making it go like unless you want it like that, which is fine, but like my personal I wouldn't do it that way if it was me. And you can hear it because the kick's isolated there. Yeah, you can just sort the tail, can't you? Yeah. Your main sustained bass is a nice sound there, and I like the vibe. It's, you know, I can see the sort of the old school Ed Rush Optical, Renegade Hardware-y, like school, like the influence on the vibe here. And you've changed the notes, a bit like, you know, the 9 code. It's a sustained bass sound, but you've changed the notes, and the choice of notes you change to is cool. Like it's got the sort of grimy vibe about it. That wah, maybe you could do something with that to make it a bit more weird. That hat is a bit high in the mix and a bit preset-y. That wah, a little bit preset-y. I like that bong bong. There's some nice percussion things, that there's sort of some timpani down in there. Yeah, top end bit of EQ. Top end's alright, like it doesn't sound too toppy or anything. I really like the shakers are good, and I can hear them like undulating with a bit of side chaining. It's got a good nice roll to it, which a lot of other tunes today kind of haven't. I mean, it's a different kind of tune, so I would, you know, I'm like quite a big fan of rises and things like that. I feel like if you're going to have a breakdown and you're going to try and build things up, no point, you know, you might as well like try and signify that a bit more. And I'm a firm believer in like a nice quiet rising sine wave in the right key can work wonders in a breakdown. So I would experiment with sticking something like that in there. Yeah, so I think like my main feedback, it sounds great, like good overall mix, nothing's out of whack, like good balance of sounds, the low end is there. Oh, I don't know if that was someone at the door or if it was Magda clonking. Hang on a minute. Is that you, or was it the front door? Oh. Ooh, it's my goth book. It's raining, so I'm glad I went and checked. Yeah. So you obviously know what you're doing, AD. Overall, like, mix, nothing sounds out of whack. My main comments of things I would recommend trying to change would be the quick sort out on the kick with the releasey bit, and maybe give it a bit more attack. But again, you don't want it to stick out too much, so whatever. And I'd try looking at improving the snare, but we all know how difficult that is to do, so good luck. I like the main bass thing. There's a few synthy sounds in there I'm not a huge fan of, but nothing a bit of saturation and everything wouldn't fix, and you know, a bit of sort of sticking all the bass into a dirt bus and gluing it all together a bit, and stuff like that. Bit of it's quite a bit dry, maybe some of it. Also, maybe a bit of sort of sustained atmospheric single note on the top somewhere, like a bit like, I'm thinking of Cocooned by Bungle. I'm getting slight. I hope you don't hate it how I do when people say, "Oh, your song sounds like this," but I get the vibes of that, Cocooned by Bungle, and there's a sort of sustained sound in that helps gel it together a little bit, and that can also like cover up some of the sins, if you know what I mean. That might be a little thing to have a bash at, to sort of elevate it. You know, a lot of these tunes are like perfectly great as they are, and they're cool. I'm just sort of listening, and hopefully it's like another pair of ears, you know what I mean? It's like if you come around your mate's studio and you're like, I've done a tune, what do you think? Like, I'm trying to just be like that. So I hope that's cool. But yeah, I really like that, AD. Good work. I really like the siren sound, and like one of the important things about that is there's, you know, you could explain that to someone, be like, oh, it's called Siren, and there's a sound of a siren in it. It sets the tone nicely at the beginning with that intro. It sounds quite like, you know, Hollywood trailery. So that's cool. So good work. So that was the mighty DJ AD on the demo selection. This was really good, yeah. Oh, here's my goth book. The Art of... we'll just have a look at this. So this is called The Art of Darkness, The History of Goth by John Robb. And I knew I recognised him. He's got a raven on his shoulder. How goth is that? I think it's Photoshop, though. I've seen him like as a talking head on a lot of TV shows. The Art of Darkness is the first major overview of goth music and culture, exploring both its legacy and influence. It's a first-hand account of the post-punk era, the bands and clubs that defined the genre, plus interviews with many of the key players and stars. It starts with the fall of Rome and concludes with the rise of Instagram, whilst also weaving a list of characters and artistic movements. These include Lord Byron, the Romantic poets, European folk tales, Gothic architecture, painters, and the occult, as it explains the art of darkness that has captivated generations. What's not to like about that, eh? Yeah, it's lots of words. I think there's not any photos. Oh, that's all right though. I'm looking forward to reading this, because I find the world of goth and dark wave and all that stuff really interesting and inspiring, and like, I know it won't be successful like bringing that into drum and bass, which is already niche enough, and like the current mainstream drum and bass crowd is like completely the opposite of the type of person that'd be into goth stuff, but like, I like it. So I might have a little bash. Well Adjusted says post-punk led me to electronic genres and eventually drum and bass. Exactly, yes. It's amazing. Like, you listen to a lot of early goth and everything, like a lot of, you know, Cure's stuff had drum machines and things, and they, you know, goth bands were coming up at the same time. It was in the 80s, so everyone was experimenting with synths and drum machines and things, and there's a lot to be said for combining it all. And the aesthetic. Lightning Tree's with me. Nice, I know you are. Good. Wicked. I'll let you know how this book is. I might I've got a million books sat by the bed. They're all sort of weird, like motivational, self-helpy, like productivity type things, and to be honest, I'd just rather read about Lord Byron and the history of goth. So I'll let you know how it is, and if I come back on stream like having dyed my hair black and like gone even further down the goth badger hole, rabbit hole, cave, back cave, you'll know. There's actually a Kato Kante. Thank you for the 14 months, Kato Kante. Thank you. There's actually an exhibition in London, a small exhibition about like the Bat Cave, which was a famous goth club in the 80s, 90s, I think, that I never knew about or went to at the time. And it's only on until the end of March. And like, I might try and go. It depends on if I can fit it in and everything. So there's something related on Bandcamp, Art of Darkness. I think you can buy the book on Bandcamp, like signed. I think I bought it through Amazon because that was the first link that I saw shared on his profile. But I think he's selling it either direct or through a mate's record label on Bandcamp, which presumably gives him more money, actually. So if you are buying it, the guy, he's on Twitter. He's called John Robb. I've actually retweeted him. a few times in the last week or two, like since I found out about the book. It only just came out, sort of. No, Demos is not over. We've got plenty more. Yeah, if you want to buy, let me try and read it first. I'm sure it'll be good. You don't need me to tell you if it's good or not. Yep. All the Johns. Yes, John B's recommending John Robb. Right, so this is a little bootleg made by Kai DNB. It looks like it's a bootleg of Kids in America by Kim Wilde. So I'm not going to spend. I'll give it a quick listen, but this can't be released, and I don't want to play an unofficial Kim Wilde remix on Twitch, but he's gone to the trouble of posting it here, so we'll have a quick look. I've always fancied doing a bootleg of this because it's Kids in America is drum and bass speed. It would be really a good candidate, but it's a bit like happy and positive, and I don't know, certainly up until now anyway, I couldn't think of a way to like do a drum and bass remix of it that would be universally accepted, really. So let's see. Bit distorty really. I mean, look at the wave there, that's completely crunched. I can't download it, it's not downloadable. I think you could probably like extract the vocal. The vocal might be floating around somewhere as an a cappella. You could build a house with that, says Stillhead. Yeah, like it's so bricked. He's definitely whacked that through a limiter. My throat, excuse me. I'm getting sore throat from so much feedback. Yeah, you could extract the a cappella with like AI software now. Yeah, it sounds like it's all gone through sausage fattener, doesn't it? Wicked, cool, good job. Like proof of concept. Like I've always wanted to do one. I'd have a bash, but kind of my time is better spent on things I can actually release now. Like my days of bootlegs that will go nowhere are kind of behind me unless I could do it real quick. You're losing John. Says lozenge. Oh, you're talking about my voice. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Like, well done there, Kai DNB. Like, good choice of remix. Done a good job. The mastering's a bit hardcore, but that's nice. This is by the same guy, Kai DNB, called Naughty 303. Are we going to get a bit of acid here? Refresh your browser, amazing. not too bad. Snares all right. I'm not sure it suits this track, but oh yeah, that's all right. That works. I see what it's trying to do there, but it didn't quite. It's a little bit dry. I like where the bass came in there. I like the hypnotic driving is a good term. Says Entity. Yeah, with you on that. I think you could like shorten the release on some of the sounds to make it even more snappy, and have some more hats. Oh, there we go. We got some. That's all a bit funny there with all the random selection of tops. I'd just have gone with a like offbeat 909. The 909 ride is good there. I'd have something more consistent on the tops. It's sort of going in and out and in and out. The snare's all right. It fits the tune. That's a standard preset sound. That chord. I'd switch that up immediately. It's nice to have some trancey chords come in there. But everyone must know that that chord sound. I can't remember what synth it's off, but it's like literally preset number 1 on something. I'm like, ah! I think what I like with this, I like the driving nature of it. Like I think you could push into that a bit more, like lean into it, be a bit more like relentless, a bit more aggressive with the acid sounds, a bit more distortion and stuff. I like when the low end actually comes in and how it mirrors the sort of arpeggiation of the 303 things. I'm not a fan of the choice of sound of the chords that come in the breakdown, but I like that he's tried to introduce something new and different there, although it's a bit out of keeping with the vibe of the rest of the track, but that's all right. Quite often it's good to have a like completely mental different breakdown, and then you go that opens out, and then you go into that acid like repetitious thing. The snare there's a bit of like something EQ you could do on the snare, maybe shorten it a little bit, but I really like the pattern that the acid is playing, and how like I wouldn't change anything about the notes it's playing or the choice of sound. And nice little edits there, cutting out the first kick. Good touch with the breath out, the ha thing. That's good. I'd experiment. Well Adjusted says the snare has annoying piercing thing. Yeah. I like that sound there, that fits. See there, I would have there's the 909 ride comes in after like 4 bars, and then it all goes out again. I like the shakers and the hi-hat he's got there, and I like the 909, but he sort of does 4 bars of the hi-hat and the shakers, and then 4 bars with the ride, and then it goes away again, and it's sort of that's just an arrangement thing there, I think, is that cowbelly sound. Don't make me trigger the cowbell thing. There's too much cowbell, not more cowbell.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
Less cowbell. Less cowbell. No. Too much cowbell. Not enough cowbell. I'm not sure. There's something cowbell. I like that's a nice little edit with a little reverse up to the snare. Yeah, some nice touches there in the sparkled fairy dust on top. So yeah, I think I like this. I like the driving nature of it. I would lean into that a bit more. I would experiment with doing more with the acid sounds. Maybe adding some more cowbell in a more like distorted cowbell pattern, maybe in the percussion to add to the driving stuff. I'd experiment with adding like more distorted 303 on top. I would definitely choose a different sound for that trancey chord thing that comes in the breakdown, or maybe even do away with it entirely and just lean into the more like filter it down and build up that way. I would do what I keep recommending today apparently, which is like add a sine wave riser just very quietly in the build to give it a feeling of like constant building as well. I have more of them throughout. I'd look at the tops and the arrangement of where the shakers and the hi-hats and the ride things are added. I feel like they sort of there's not a full commitment to where they're going and why. And I'd look at the snare a bit. The snare's good, but it doesn't fit quite right. I think maybe it's a little bit too long, or there's some sort of something's not quite right, but it's almost right. Like I wouldn't swap it out for another one. I think it's more like sort of notching out something out of the EQ or something. Certainly maybe make it a bit shorter. Maybe add yeah, I don't know, it's a hard one because it always is hard, but there's something not quite right, but like it's almost there. So yeah, so that was nice. That's Kai DNB. I quite liked his quick bootleg of Kim Wilde as well. I've always been meaning to have a bash at that myself, because my manager has an avenue in and like knows Kim Wilde and stuff like that, so I could at least get them to listen to it if I ever did, but I've got enough on my plate already to do. So Wizard says maybe his monitors are over EQ'd and that's causing him to boost those frequencies in the mixdown. Yeah, that's always a thing. It's why you should always listen to stuff on lots of speakers and headphones, and in your car and on your phone and out of your Apple AirPod headphones and out of your iPad, out of your TV, out of your friend's phone, out of your friend's stuff. You know, to get a feel for stuff. And like I listen on headphones a lot now, and I use this Sound ID reference software that I've mentioned a lot, but they don't pay me for it. And they've like calibrated my model of headphones, and it applies like an EQ curve that sort of tidies up any of the failings of the headphones, you know what I mean? And they do that for all sorts of headphones. I definitely, and it's like I don't like recommending it because like there's other stuff where companies have sorted me out and helped me with things and treated me nice. I've never approached Sound ID reference or anything, and it's not like I hit them up to try and get a freebie and they turned me down. Or maybe I did, and they did actually, but I don't remember it and I don't care. But I'm not like on a sponsorship thing, you know, drum and bass influencer vibes. I have just bought it and I find it very useful. But it does annoy me sometimes on my Mac anyway. Sometimes it just sort of crashes but doesn't tell you it's crashed, and no audio will be coming out of my computer, and I'm like, that's weird. The first time it happened, I was like, what's going on? I can't get audio out of anything. I was turning off my audio interface and rebooting things and all that, and it was basically like my you know, it creates a sort of virtual audio interface in your system, but it kind of has just died because the software stopped working until you relaunch it. But it doesn't tell you that's happened because the software's still just sitting there, seemingly on. So you have to watch for that. But apart from that, it's really good. And that may not happen to you. And I do keep it updated. but it happens to me. So, do I hear the difference between it being on and off that much? Big time, yeah. You certainly notice it when you toggle it on and off. And there are times when I've been working. There was one stream when I hadn't turned it on, and I've been working on something, and I realised it wasn't on, and then I turned it on. I was like, oh god, like the whole mix is shit now. So it's really important to keep it on for me now when I'm working on headphones so much. Right, anyway, next one, moving on in the demo selection. Right, we're moving on to something here by a producer called Ezro. It says it's called ID. Mighty DNB's already commented. He says it sounds like flawless jump up to me. Let's see. Already got 1,000 followers on SoundCloud, so yeah. I'm not the best person to offer feedback on this because I'm not really an expert of what's considered good in a jump up. I know what I like and what I don't like, but if I don't like it, doesn't mean it's bad. It's not the kind of jump up I play. I can also hear the limiter limiting too much there with that bass. The drums all go down. Hear the snares quieter. The arpeggio sounds like it's from like a different tune, sort of. You lose the drums there, they go down when that bass is in. That's an easy fix though. Aside from that, like, I really don't know, like, it's perfectly competent for that style of jump up. I personally don't like those kinds of broken robot-y jump up bass sounds. Like, I find there's different sort of types of jump up. I never really play that kind. I don't like those kind of bass sounds, but this sounds like a lot of stuff that I've heard that's released that's good of this kind. Like so there's like personal preference. I'm personally not like into it, but like it's really good of that style. There is the only issue the sort of feedback on anything that's like second pair of ears vibe is I can hear when there's that bass sound that sort of goes brr, brr. They all go brr, don't they? The one that sounds a bit like a frog, brr, that one, the high one, I think it's just too loud in the mix compared to everything else, and when that occurs it's pulling all the limiting down on it. So I'd just have a look again at the relative bass levels and make sure they're all the same, and then the drums shouldn't suddenly go quieter there. That's my only comment really. Like, the drums sound alright. Like, I've heard, I get sent promos of stuff that's been released that doesn't sound as good as that production wise, so fine to me. It's not really my forte, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, cool, well done, good job. I'm sure lots of people would like that. Like, I'm not personally into those particular choices of like bass sound, but like I hear them a lot, so they're not like out of place in that world, you know what I mean? So cool. Another one by Ezro here. Let's check this out, see if it's similar vibe or nice tops. Oh, hello Ezro, you're here. Wicked. I like that. I like the sort of lazy triggering of those notes. Good rises. Well, that's quite cool. I think this one has a bit more mix issues, but they're more like levels rather than sound choices. Like the low bass needs to be loud. Like I'm missing it. I'm not hearing the low. it's also the same thing where I'm not personally into this sort of jump up bass, the sort of fast oscillatey, like robot-y vibes. I think definitely the subs need to go up. You need louder subs. And that second one, maybe too much reverb on it. Maybe it could be a bit louder. I quite like the doo-doo-doo thing. It's sort of... It doesn't sound like anything else I've heard. It's a bit mad, a bit weird, but I mean, there's plenty of room for that in Jump Up, isn't there? Good to hear lots of switch ups and edits and stuff there. Like, that shows a lot of effort and thought. You know, it's one of the first things a lot of people do when they start producing. I don't know how long you've been doing this, Ezro, but you know, a lot of things you'll hear is people just sort of roll out a loop and it sort of just keeps repeating and always sounds the same and all that. But I can see the effort in like putting in the edits and things like that. So that's good. The snare sounds all right for that kind of jump up. Like, it sounds like stuff I've heard released. I think my main comments on this one, again, this is just from my like limited experience of this particular kind of drum and bass, is on the mix down. I think like on this one, you need more. The subs need to be up more. You need more low end on the bass. The snare might be a bit louder. Like, I'd like to hear more transient on that snare, but there's billions of tunes using that same kind of snare that get away with it and no one cares, so it's not worth worrying about too much. I'd think about like that main synth, the burp 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 thing is a bit weird. Like, I quite like that it's sort of lazy and late. Some people may not. I don't know if that's deliberate or accidental. Maybe stick a vocal spoken word sample in there somewhere. But yeah, good work, cool. Not super my kind of thing, but a good job and a good effort, and would fit in and stand up well among other tunes of that sort of that genre. So yes, thank you very much to Ezro for sending that one in. He sent in Evasion and ID. And if any of you want to listen to these songs after the stream or whatever, I'm going through stuff on our Discord, so these have all been posted in the demos channel on my Discord. So if you guys want to like network and stuff, you can find each other there nice and easily, and check out the tunes for yourselves afterwards as well. So big up Ezro, thanks for sending your tunes in. I hope I was slightly helpful there. I'll do my best. Adam4102, thank you very much for the 3 months. Thank you, Adam. Thanks for hanging out. Big up, big love. Dat Marshy Fam says, wait, are expletives allowed on Twitch? They are, but you know, I personally sort of try to avoid it. Like, there are, I mean, not this stream right now, but like previously when I was doing DJ sets and things, like people would watch with their kids and things. So like, I try not to swear, but you're allowed to swear. It's not good to be bullying or like use swear words in an attacking way or anything like that. But I mean, you can say swear words, but it's like anything. Like, do you really have to? In typing it in on the things, there's like auto modding that will usually block it if you type expletives in the chat, like to moderate it to keep the terms of service nice and all that. So try not to swear, but I mean, I think if you do, it will sort of flag it, and if I have time and I see it, I'll unflag them if I get it. But usually it's just to like protect the streamer and the people watching it in case someone just randomly comes in and writes something horrible and toxic. Yeah, this one's being recorded, so I'll get this up on YouTube afterwards. hopefully a bit quicker than I did the last one. I'm sorry there was a bit of I was a bit slack there, but I needed to like make a thumbnail going, ooh, have to do the thing. Right, anyway, Space Rat has sent a track in under the name Jurassic.
It's just a delay. That's all it is.
Oh no, hold on a second. Don't want to get it. It's got a sample from Jurassic Park in here, so let's just... I had to skip through that because I don't want to like flipping trigger some like DMCA shit and make it think that I'm watching Jurassic Park on Twitch. But I can see it's used the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is 7 years old as well. Electric Pink, are you here? This is alright for 7 years old. Ah, Jurassic is you! Dat Marshy fam. Okay, cool, good. It's got my head nodding. I always wanted to do a tune that sampled that. Haha, you got the raptor in there. That's a lovely little edit. That's cool. Nice edits. Bit like, you know, mixed down, bit low on the tops there on the amen. Brakes are all cool. Oh, that's a switch. Lil Aish, Lil, thank you for the follow. This is good fun, this one. This part sounds like completely separate from the rest. So it just goes to half-time for the end. Nice arpeggios and bells and stuff. I like the concept. It's good fun. I love the little edit with the raptor going. That's cool. I've always wanted to use that in a tune myself, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex thing. Hello, Lil Aish, Lil, saying I love you. Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, well, so I mean, this is 8 years old and 7 years old anyway. So I'm not sure if you're planning on working on it anymore or what. Like, I don't know what advice I could give you that would turn this into something else that you would want it to be. I'd put some hi-hats in the intro over the speech so that the person mixing it in would know what the beat was going to be. I feel like the amen is lacking a bit of tops there, so I would re-EQ the amen so it matched everything else. It feels like you lose a bit of tops there when it changes the drums. All the stems are gone, says Dat Marshy fam. Ah, okay, so yeah, you can't work on it again. Yeah, well, thanks for sending us that. It's good fun. I like the idea. You should maybe like remake it in a modern. Seeing as everyone's, or not everyone, but like there is a movement of supposed interest in New Jungle or something. So maybe take some of the samples and redo it a bit in a slightly modern way with some just rolling tribal-y amen-y type stuff, and just use the and the and maybe a quick like life finds a way. I'm sure a million people have already done that, but it'd be good fun, right? So that was Jurassic by Electric Pink from Dat Marshy fam. Thank you very, very much. Big up. Give me one of them. Next one here is from Keynes. Let's see. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Okay. SAC losing it. As we enter, this is sounding nice. I love the brunk, brunk, brunk. That's, I said 11 days ago. I was like, 11 years ago? This has already had 1,000 plays, and the artist has got 2,700 followers on SoundCloud already, so it's not a complete newbie by any means. Really nice intro sample, I like that. Very nice so far, I like that. Hello from Dagestan. Hello back to you in Dagestan. Yeah, nice sub there. Spot on. Vocals lovely. I wonder where all the guitars and the vocals are from, like if it's safe to use. Something funny happened. I don't know if that was my sound ID. I love the little... Yeah, the break didn't quite hit right when it's the right choice of break, kind of. I think like it had potential, and I think some of that's been squandered in like the choices that are made. Yeah, like, so kick doesn't cut through at all. It needs a proper kick. The sub sounds nice in the intro. I personally I'd make a bit more of a thing of the point where the drums come in. I'd make sure it like clicked. I'd have the kick sticking through better, and I'd switch the bass out completely when it drops and just have like a sub sort of a boom boom boom, like more calibre rather than continuing that boom boom boom, which is nice in the intro and the sort of break pre-drop bit, but I'd go for something like more dubby, a little wiser. Then it's like boom 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Something like that, a sort of get your bubbling bass rather than a it loses it there for me personally. Drums are good, snare fits, and the skittery tops and everything fit, but it sounds like there's no kick almost, and I think like the bass line should be a different sound slightly and different notes when it drops, and made those changes, it would revolutionize it for me. Sounds wicked. The vocal intro and everything's lovely, vocals perfect, the guitar, all the atmospheric things are really cool. They all sit there. Just sample me doing the hum bass line. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to it's sort of what I'm feeling, and it's hard to play. If you gave it me now and said play the bass line, I'd be sat here going like, it would take me ages to try and get what I mean, what I hear in my head, but like I know what I think personally would work. Just sort of I'd just try and channel like Calibre, LSB, some kind of like tasteful, thoughtful, mellow, simple kind of vibe, like, because everything else is there. So my main comments on this are have a kick that you can hear, and I'd switch up the bass when the drums come in, and then I'd look at the rest after that point. I don't know, it felt like it just sort of rolled out and ended. I don't even know if there was another breakdown, but like that's kind of irrelevant until you sort those other things out. But yeah, I think you could elevate this massively with minimal work by just having a kick that stands out. It wouldn't have to be a monumental kick or anything, you know, one that fits with that, and then just nice, good sub bubbling away with it with a nice sort of suitable pattern. Everything else in there is thoughtful. I know he knows what he's doing, or she. Oh no, it's a he. So yeah, I think that's like almost there. They've got like a lot of followers already, so I think they know what they're doing with stuff. So that's good. That's one I would like to hear. If SAC, if you watch this back, if you're here in the chat, or if you're watching this back on SoundCloud, I'd be interested to hear if you did make any changes and worked on this anymore and did anything along the lines of what I suggested here, because I like that one. That's cool. And this is assuming like the vocal sample and everything are safe to use, and it's not like sampled off something you shouldn't have or whatever. But yeah, that was all right. That one. Big up the SAC. Losing it. All right. We're in the demo selection on Twitch. Sample pack, I'll write that down. I'm always after a good pick. Written that down. Okay, so we got another SAC one here. Alright, let's check this out. This is by the same guy. It's called Now You're Gone. This one's 3 months old. It's alright, better that than 11 years old, like some we've had today, but I mean that's still fine. So this is called Now You're Gone. Nice intro. That sounds like a Tycho sample, that the high bit. Probably isn't. Even if it is, doesn't matter. I'm just speaking aloud. Ghost Syndicate, your go-to for beefy percussion. I will write that down too. Haven't heard of either of those, so add them to the selection. Bass Hunter, I'm the Bass Hunter. sounds good.
What do you want from me? I've nothing left to give. I've nothing left to give.
Cool. Ooh. That deserves it. Suits you, sir. I like that break. I haven't got a break like that in my arsenal, and like I'd like to just roll out some nice liquid with a. I haven't ever got round to like doing it. Yeah, so this has got the kind of sub that I was thinking about for the other tune, so you could totally just bosh it out. I love that wah that comes in there, the sort of Alex Perez-y wah. Yeah, this is good. Thoughtful sound choice, nice little 909y ride. The ding ding fits. I'm not 100% into the vocal, but it's alright. It fits. Maybe I'd wonder about maybe reverbing up the vocal way more, like. And giving it a bit more tops. So I know it's like pitched down, but it's a bit like missing out on the tops. Thank you, Thistle. Yeah, that be, I know you're all about like in Bright Eyes, like that kind of like. Vocal's good, almost there, but there's something about the vocal that's needs work to my ears. But it's nice to not hear a dodgy sample pack kind of vocal. I love that. Really good vibe, good mix. The bass line's perfect on this one compared to the previous song by the same guy. It's good because I know he's got it in him. Just a nice boom, 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 boom. Lovely sustained movement in the pads and atmospherics and things. And it has a kick, yes. Not really a lot I can offer in the way of feedback on that. Like this, the vocals are the only thing that stick out to me as needs a bit of work. But that's, I'm sure there are lots of people out there who wouldn't care or whatever. Like, and it's nice that he's sent these tunes here for us to listen to. I can see he's already got a lot of fans and like people listening on SoundCloud anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. But look, if I was trying to offer advice for how I would try and improve that tune, the only one it's by someone called SAC. I'll post the link in. It's on the Discord anyway. This is the actual song. Posted a link in the chat there. The only thing I would look at on that really is the vocal. See if there's a way to make it sound nicer. Like try a few. I'd be interested to hear how it sounded like really bathed in reverb, or at times, or done some stuff. It's pitched down deliberately, like stylistically, which is a common trick and sounds all right. Like Wizard is saying, pitch the vocals up. Like it'd be interesting to hear them sound at their natural pitch, right? But then it would be out of tune with the whole thing. I would say at the very least, give the vocals a bit more tops on the EQ. It sounds like the tops are being cut off. That's probably happened in the process of it being pitched down. But yeah, nice work that. We'll have to make a mental note to listen out for more SAC. I'd like to hear more from them. That's a lovely tune. We've got another one here from Atomic Circus. Says, I'm coming from the synthwave production world. This is still very much a work in progress. A second attempt at melodic drum and bass. Any feedback is welcome, especially bad feedback. That's how you grow. Good attitude to have. Thistle sent me a message there with some breaks, I think. Thank you very much. I'll check that after the stream. Okay, so Atomic Circus is coming from a sort of a synthwave side of things and doesn't normally make drum and bass. So we've got Lil Aish Lil, who just joined the chat today and is saying lots of things like, will you marry me? Do we think Lil Aish Lil is a bot? One's in the chat for yes, two's for no. Old synthwave fade down there. Nice Richard Marx piano, I'm feeling that. You can marry him amazing if you like. Not me, I'm already taken. This is nice, I like the positive, happy vibes. Couldn't really play this at Printworks, but I'd listen to it in my dream while I'm riding Falcor into the clouds. It's not melancholy enough, yeah. This is far too happy. I want whatever she's having. I like that melody. Melancholy melody. I like the first part of the melody. Oh, bit of choir coming in there. Oh, we're building up. Needs an electric guitar solo. Okay, Aish, cool. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for stopping by the Twitch. Yeah, so this is somebody that doesn't normally make drum and bass, and obviously is coming from the synthwave world. I like the first thing to nail drum and bass is getting the drums right, which is very difficult. The whole identity of the tune could be changed and like ramped up by finding a good suitable kick and snare. I noticed that with the drums all you have is a kick and a snare, so you would also want to add some like movement on the tops, just like simple for a synthwavy tune where it's more about the melody. You don't need too much, you just what you are doing you got to get right. So I would say try and get a better kick and a snare, just listen to some big drum and bass that's big at the moment that's by artists you like, and try and model theirs, you know, the old like metric-y, sub-focus, dimension-y stuff that's on Liquicity and Viper and all that. Like pick a sort of suitable sound that won't overpower what you got. That would be huge. I don't think there's much in the way of a bass here, so with this again with synthwave all you really need is like dum 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 dum. Yeah, all you've really got is like boom boom boom. So I would, again, this would elevate it instantly, like easy to do, would make it a lot closer to being like acceptable drum and bass. Would be a good dum 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 bass. Stick a bit of a alternating, so it's like one note's a bit louder than the others. It'd be like dum 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 dum. But you could get away with like a one noter. I love I love that lead piano line. It's very like positive, like montage 80s stuff. The first part of it, I'm not in love with all of the melody, but in general, like that's cool. Definitely sort out the kick and the snare, stick in a dum 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 bass. There's, you know, mix issues, like it sounds a bit dull, so the tops need to go up a bit, but that's just sort of probably to do with your listening situation. I like how you've gone up an octave there, add some energy and stuff, that's nice. Probably doesn't need to be quite as long as it is. I mean, I know it's not that long anyway. That's good, that little filter bit's brilliant. I've noticed it felt like that's the only time you've got any of that sort of filtery edit bit. So, and you did a good job of it there, so maybe have that kind of effect a couple more times. Don't overdo it, because if you overdo your special trick it ceases to be interesting, but stick that in and a little bit. I'm not a fan of halftime drums like Mamazing's recommending usually, but in a synthwave thing it could. Little vocal sample, if you're a synthwave man, you know what I'm talking about. Sort of spoken word cinematic from somewhere that you could get away with might help. Yeah, those are my sort of initial thoughts there. It's a good first attempt at making the jump from synthwave to drum and bass, and it's a nice positive happy vibe which the world needs more of in our lives. So make some noise for Atomic Circus. Lovely. Good, and we've got Sodi next. Okay, cool. I'm going to make a cup of tea and top up my water and stretch my legs and go to the bathroom, so we'll take a short intermission of, I don't know, like 3.5 minutes. I'm going to hit the ad. I'm going to hit be right back. I'll be back in 3.5 minutes. Stay where you are. Don't go anywhere.
Hold your fire, 'cause it's a white. I gotta get that gas and a laser high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a white. I'm gonna play a skip Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics cut you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, well you should go ask Nikia. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting near. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got the give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret lab straight, gonna get a harmony. If you're not a scat, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG.
I got a fever for the like keeper. I got a fever for the like keeper. I got a fever for the like keeper. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever.
Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the flea. Big up all the scaffold, check my rig, I'm kick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year.
I got a fever, I got a fever.
Hold tight to Tarkov, boss here. Saluta.
I got a fever, I got a fever.
Look at the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov, buzzer inside the place. Yes, yes. Absolutely wicked, 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 wicked.
Sorry. Yes, I'm filming this in 2.4K today, 60 frames a second.
Oh my gosh, who wants the rewind?
Ich mag gerne deutsche Mädchen.
All right. What's going on here? Oh yeah. This is my life. Has you damaged the hotel room? Back in the room for the demos. Demos time. Demos, demos, demos. I'm going to try and lean back in my chair a bit more. My stomach's feeling like squished. I don't look too like leaned back and judgmental, do I? Like, is this all right? I'm listening intently. All right. So we've got Sodi here. Early work in progress from me. Chill vocal roller. Have struggled with the vibe and the drums on this one. More to do though. Sorry about the minute-long intro. Haha. That's all right. Minute-long intros are okay. I think minute is the longest I would consider for an intro at the moment. But there's plenty of big tunes around that don't drop for a minute, so that's not a crime by any means. Oh, is that your vocals, Sodi? Hello, Two-Face. Room's been like this since January, from this side. I like that counter melody. Is that derived from a vocal, or is it like played on a synth? Boop, boop, boop. The drums fit. There's some mini clashiness in the notes there. The bass note, I think. That note, bass note there doesn't sound like it's the right one to me. I love that glitchy editing of the vocal, and I know how hard it is to do that. One thing I would do, the glitchy vocals, I differentiate them from the others by having them on a different channel with like harsher EQ. Vocals are amazing as always. I think you've maybe, I'd like to hear it with less of the low end rolled off. Maybe, like, I know it's a stylistic thing, like having it very, you know, without much low end. It might sound better with a bit more of the bass, and maybe not so dry, or not all of the vocal being so dry. You could try some interesting tricks of like bouncing it out with reverb, or like riding a reverb send so that certain words get a bit of reverb and others don't, to sort of add a bit of some. I haven't done that yet on stuff, but I keep meaning to try it, and I think it would be a really good trick to do on the vocals on this song. There's definitely, I think Stillhead mentioned it as well, there's one note in the bass that sounds like, to me, like it's the wrong note. I'm just trying to sort of mention things I'd look at changing. I think you mentioned you were having problems with the drums. I reckon you're almost there. Like, I think that rimshot snare could work. There's a tune. I think there's like there's a Photech tune that had a 2-step beat, similar, and worked fine. And I think like the snare had like a long, even though it's a click snare, it had some like bit of reverb in it or something that gave it lasted a bit longer. I'm calling it a snare, but it's not a snare. I'd maybe give it a bit more, slightly snappier, like a bit more top to it, like just literally an EQ boost, and I'd see how it sounds with a bit of reverb on it or something. Really love the vocals. I like that whoa a bit. Yeah, let's listen again. I like those, I don't know what they're called, the sort of steel drum things. You want to add more vocals to the back third, yeah. Yeah, we all love Sodi's voice. I really like that. I don't know if that continue. I felt like that sound wasn't used much more after the intro, and I'd consider making more of it later on. Oh, you're gonna have to rewatch then. Okay, cool. I'll continue with this, and you can watch back on YouTube. the bass note sequence in the intro there sounds okay. I think it's slightly the wrong note on the... I think you said you might have accidentally moved it. Yeah, okay, cool. So, yeah. I think the bass once it's like dropped, I think the choice of bass sound, this sort of square... You could try something else, like a bit more distorty. It still needs to be subdued and rumbly. But it's nice, it's got good weight to it. Maybe a bit more shakery stuff going on. A bit more rises and swooshes and booms. I like the edits on the vocal. I'd experiment with the edity vocals. I'd stick them through distortion and roll off the low end more, and give them, stick them through a delay or echo or something to differentiate them a bit. And yeah, I'd bring back that counter melody, the boop, 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 boop. I'm singing it wrong, but you know what I mean. And maybe compress, really fucking push the vocals through a compressor and limiter so that you may not want it to be like that, but the volume's undulating a bit, or at least it sounds like it is. And I'd maybe try and brick it a bit more. But yeah, I know that's only a work in progress, so I won't go on and on about things, but there are a few things there that I mentioned that you could do. That's starting to sound really nice. Vocals are wicked, all the good elements in there. I'd sort of work on the bass, try and make that snare, tweak it a little bit more, continue with that nice counter melody that's in the beginning. Maybe do a bit more shakery stuff, a bit more swooshes and booms. Yep. So big up to the Sodi. We'll give that one a. All right, cool. It's time for the demos. We're in the demo selection. GG to the Sodi. Yeah, I think as well adjusted says the vocal. Well adjusted in the chat says the vocal could use more momentary effects, throws to maintain interest. Yeah, there's a lot of space and a lot of opportunity in that to do a few choice little tricks on the vocal. Like I can see you've started it with the glitches and stuff, and because you've sung the vocals yourself, if you needed, I don't think you would need to re-sing anything to do this, but just a few little glitches or little stutter bits in the main part maybe, or tricks where one word you do what I've done on other stuff where you bounce it out with loads of reverb on and then load that in but reverse it so it leads in to the actual words. Or I don't know how this works in practice, but even with individual syllables in words and stuff, to give it some sort of futuristic-y, IDM-y type vibes. Hydrate, damn fucking right. My mouth, it's mad. I go from pissing loads in the morning and then not drinking too much in the afternoon when I'm talking so much. My mouth gets all dry and I'm all thirsty. My kidneys must love me, or I don't know. Luckily, I didn't need loads of wheeze this morning when I was in Windsor looking at bikes, though, so that was good. That's the main thing, isn't it? Exciting weeing stories with John B. Right. This is by Dialective, which Sodi posted for us. Someone was asking about Dialective earlier, if I knew who they were. I think they said they're from Estonia. We've just had a follow. Ill Coconut, thank you for the follow, and Cruel World as well. Thank you for the follows. Welcome into the channel. No, I didn't buy a BMX. I'm definitely too old for a BMX. Well, probably. I know there are people my age who ride BMXs, but they're cooler than I am. So, no, I need a more age-appropriate bike. My current bike is age-appropriate. It's literally almost as old as me. Which is why I'm wondering about getting a new one. Anyway, so this is from Dialective. Somebody mentioned Dialective before. Are they from Estonia? Like, oh, Dialective's in the chat. Hello. I'm not sure if that was who the person was talking about. Big up from the New Zealand crew. Hello, Coconut. So this is a song by Dialective, who's in the chat right now. Thank you for sending your tune in. Sounding very nice so far. And it's going to have vocals soon. Okay, nice. So this is an instrumental currently, but designed for vocals. I love the piano. Nice. Bass sounds bassy. Some of those xylophones might be a little bit clashy. I see, yeah. Oh, I'll just listen. Yes, subheads, I agree slightly with Stillhead. Sub might be a little bit too loud, but... I see what you're trying to do with the xylophones there, and like the song's called Raindrops, isn't it? So I presume that's a reference to the xylophone sample in there, and the xylophone sits somewhere where nothing is, and it fills a gap and everything, but I think that actual sample's a bit like dissonant and doesn't quite fit with the piano. Like, it's not a deal breaker kind of thing, but it sounds a bit off to me a little bit, and the piano's lovely. I mean, with a vocal on this, it may all sort of change anyway, right? Drums are really nice. I love the skittery, like the rolling. This is just nice, and the bass plays well with the break. Bass is tight. I'd turn the bass down a tiny little bit, like 1 dB probably. Like, is a bit, the notes are a bit too, I might consider changing the notes the bass plays. Like, it's a bit busy. Like, if you had a bit more of a like laid back pattern, like the bong ba bong ba 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 bong 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 ba bong ba 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 bong bong ba bong ba bong, like, not just slightly. It's so hard to do a bass line, like, it's, you know, very hard, but that's a suggestion as well. I think maybe change the bass sound, sits well in the mix and everything, so I wouldn't like it that works, but maybe have a look at changing the pattern you're playing the notes. Piano's nice. I like that noisy layer you got there. Amazing likes the pace of the bass. Cool, okay. This will be good with a really strong vocal. That'll be good. Drums sound nice. I like what you've done here in the intro and the breakdown. Like, cut the drums out and introduce the bass as sort of the pre-drop thing. Little riser, come on! Let's get in with the risers. Oh, there you go. Bass is alright there because there's space, there's that empty space. I think where I was hearing it before, the bass continued repeating too much. But it actually sounds alright to me here. I don't know if I just got it wrong. I'm going to quickly run an ad so we don't get any pre-rolls. Sorry if you get an ad, guys. think the bass changes around a bit too much there, but you'll probably reprogram it when you've got vocals anyway. So yeah, with regards to like the bass pattern, I liked it kind of here where you had that space. And you could add in a question and answer like bass, or sort of a mwah, or sort of Alex Perez-y kind of MIDI bass kind of thing in there. I think when the bass, there's no pause in it, I'm not a fan of that. But I think that pattern you've got here, where you just like cut out the last bar or 2 bars or something, it's cool. So I think maybe if you, I mean, it's down to choice, and you're going to change this around when you get the vocals anyway. So yeah. Really like this. Think this is going to be great when you get vocals in. Some tweaks to the bass pattern played might be nice. I'm not completely convinced with that xylophone sound you've got there. Like, you need something like that in there, and it's cool. But I'm not sure that actual sample is the one, because there's some of the notes or something sound like they might be clashing a bit funny, so maybe there's another sample from the same sort of pack or wherever it came from that might be better. Yeah, the piano's definitely got that nice vibe of like Caliber. Mamazing's like, am I talking to you? I'm just looking at the chat, and literally it's all Mamazing recently. He's just taken over. You write sentences rather than like a whole line for a thing. Amazing. I love that. Somebody's come out of hibernation. First time chat from Tomasz Dur has just said, yes, you are. Yeah, maybe like dilate. Right now you're at an 11, Amazing. Can we maybe come to like an 8 or something? That would be fine. I love the participation, and that's fantastic, and it's cool, and I'd rather we had like an active chat than a dead one. So I've just had a beep. What's that? What's the beep? I don't know what it is, so I'll just carry on. Yeah, so I really like that. That's sounding sweet. Yeah, that or no one else is talking, exactly. So keep it up, Amazing. It's cool. It's fine by me. Oh, speaking of which, we've got Amazing's tune here. Right, so let's see. This is your second one, right? So this is the only... so this one's newer. Okay, so this is a tune by Amazing. Hold on, I recognise this from last time. Stints is back, just had dinner, let's go. Magda's cooking dinner, so I think I've got about half an hour left. I recognise this one, Amazing, right? Skip this. Do you want me to skip this? It's the rework, cool. Yeah. Okay, let's hear this. I can't remember what my comments were. I'm not sure what dinner is, actually. There's lots of stuff lying up. Magda's really got into cooking, so I don't know. What's for dinner? Loads of fucking washing up. That's what's for dinner. The door's shut, right? Yeah, I remember really liking the chords and all the parts for this. Oh, did Dialective have a second track? Okay. Oh, yeah. Let me do it with my tea. It's okay to skip. Okay. No, I like that one, Amazing. It's got a really nice, relaxed vibe. The chords are lovely. The little saxophone is spot on. Or was there a second Sodi tune? In the Thick. No, we played In the Thick. Oh, there's a version 1 and a version 2. Can't remember which one I played. I think they posted. No, we've had both the dialective ones, so that's cool. Amazing, you've posted too many tunes. So what one do you want me to listen to here? We've got Hate Mayor Leaf or Ghostwire. You'd rather hear something newer. Oh, you made a playlist, same link. Okay, cool. Let's we'll go back to the dialective one. Oh yeah, of course it was a playlist, wasn't it? Yep. Here we go. Ah, yeah. Okay, so there's one called Moon here. All right, second tune by dialective here. Is this one got destined for a vocal as well? Ooh, very nice warm sub there. That's a really, really nice warm sub. I like that. Oh yeah, that's a good beat. Ooh. Ooh, nice little edit. Oh, lovely vocal. Lovely little touch there, the vocal. Really good skittery, like liquid break. Nice chop off of the vocal there. I really like that. And that's a beautiful touch. Is the vocal like safe to use? Or is it from a sample pack, or is it a naughty one-off? Skitter. I hope you don't mind me calling it skittery drums. That's just how I refer to that kind of thing. COOP says, hello, greetings, welcome in. I'm not yawning because of the tune. Lovely. I like that. Like it's very like Caliber, but not Caliber. Snoop Dogg vocoder. Yeah, that's cool. Perfectly nice, that. I can't really suggest any ways to improve it much, really. That reversey pad loop thingy, maybe I'd try and glue it a little bit more with a played pad on top to sort of give it a bit more. I'd try that. I'd just get a nice warm pad sustained chord to go alongside this. So let this current sample provide the movement, but have something to sort of glue it a bit more. Maybe like a sustained high string you can bring in and out occasionally throughout the track. Bass is lovely. Right choice of sounds and everything. I like the wobble there. Yeah, that's good work, that one there, Dialective. Well done. Thanks for sending that in. I like that a lot. That's nice tune. And I like the vocal and the way you cut it off, and it's just sort of nice, mature touches. So big up to the Dialective. Free. And as Wellesley says, respect to all the artists putting their creativity and hard work out there. Absolutely. Thank you everyone that's sending all their stuff in here. This is I really quite enjoy these tunes. It's nice to hear other people's stuff and hopefully help you a bit with giving you my opinion on them. Some of the tunes are more finished than others, so require less feedback or whatever, but it's good to like showcase people's stuff as well as to help people along get stuff over the line. Oh yeah, so we're going to play one of these. Amazing said the one to try is called Hate My Leaf. I hope you don't hate your leaf, mate. So this is by Amazing 360, who's in the chat, whose stuff under SoundCloud is under the name Hansen Varkas. Sounds a bit like a George Costanza pseudonym. I'm into importing, exporting mostly. Nice. First person that's used a nice sine wave riser. I keep requesting. Alright, so yeah, this is like good fun. So I'm just going to feed back as we go, like bass is dominating a bit too much. Snare is getting swallowed up a bit. I like the intro, I like the nice sort of positive, happy, ravey vibes. It's I would turn the sub down, and I think it's probably swallowing up the kick and the snare in the mix a bit. Nice 4/4 section, it suits the track. Nice little bird sounds. Completely changed the snare. Whoa, that was too loud. But interesting to switch it up. I like that, the rave stab chord, like that's, and the pattern it's playing is cool. This is good. I like the 4/4 bit. I'd almost just like make this as a 4/4 tune. I think it works better rather than having the two-step. And then the bass makes a bit more sense. Something very wrong with that snare. It's like doubled up and phasing itself out or something. I think my sort of overarching feedback on this, like, there's mix down issues that need doing. I think I'd just redo it as 4/4. I'd probably ditch the snare entirely. That snare that comes in there that you introduced later, like, I would never change the snare halfway through a tune anyway, so that's not really a good idea. But there's something funny going on with that snare there, like it's sort of doubled up or tripled up, like in that's, as my understanding, that's phase cancellation, right, where it, you know, it fucks up the sound and it doesn't sound right and half of it disappears and all of that, so I'd avoid that. But I reckon this, like, it makes more sense as a 4/4 kind of tune, really. Stairs in was gone says hi, hello, thanks for the follow. We're listening to people's demos today. So so I think this amazing. I think this makes more sense if you kept it as 4/4. I'd turn the bass down a little bit. You've got all the right sounds in for the build up and everything. That's cool. There were a couple of bits that were a bit loud, and I'd have a look at your snares on this one. But like, I think that makes sense to me as a 4/4 tune. That could be good fun. It's got a nice sort of happy vibe, like just sort of nice bouncy stuff. So yeah, big up, good work to them, amazing. Thank you very, very, very much. We're moving on here to Grimildus 2. Okay, hope you're still here. Weird.
You can practically hear every nuance of every instrument. It's an
I
epic
don't know, I'll be playing a
meditation
bit of American Psycho
on
over the top.
intangibility. At the same time, it deepens and enriches the meaning of the preceding 3 albums. It is one of the best, most powerful songs ever written. Its universal message crosses all boundaries and instills one with the hope it's not too late to better ourselves. It's impossible in this world we live in to empathize with others. We can always empathize with ourselves. It's an important
Sounding
message.
good? Come on, don't disappoint me. So I don't think Grim is here in the chat, so this is just sort of for future Grim checking back on YouTube if you ever do. Sounds good. Like the drums are nice, the snares nice and snappy, and I like the movement from that atmospheric whack thing. Is this had like it just says work in progress? Okay, cool. Grim definitely knows what they're doing. Like everything's cool. There's some nice edits. I like how there's a snare there. They've whacked some reverb on in the edit. That's cool. Yeah, well thought out drums, says Subton Audio. I agree. I like the boom. The low bass needs to have more sub on it. Like I feel it's sort of got that sort of Lynx vibe. The main bass is that repetitive sort of the slightly acidy thing, and there isn't enough bass on that, and I think it sort of dominates in a weird way, but it isn't really a bass. So I think there's some sound choices here that I would do differently if it was me. I think it needs the sub boosting. There isn't enough sub on the low end, and I don't think there's enough low endy bass in it. But I get that it's like a percussive feel. It's meant to be sort of leaning towards a bit the way Lynx can sound at times, like his sort of sound. Everything sits really nicely. The drums are really good, and even though it's sort of jerky, it rolls nicely. The atmospheric stuff, that voice that sort of goes whir, comes in at the right time, and the delay keeps it moving. I think what lets it down is the sort of that main like bang bang funny sort of bass sound in there isn't right to me. It's the kind of thing where I bet if you're playing this on your speakers at home really fucking loud, your speakers sort of limit things weirdly and add colour to that extreme sound that make it sound better. Whereas when listening to it at a more sensible volume in a different situation, all that, it sounds a bit more weird. It might be one of those ones, but main things I would work on with this is like give the low end more attention and maybe dial back, i.e. have less of the sort of funny percussive-y bassy sounds, especially that thing that sounds a bit the I get that's a big part of it, but it's like I haven't heard a drum and bass track that has that kind of bass sound in it, and sometimes that's a great, you're like, oh, I've done something new, but sometimes there's a reason for that, and it would, how can I put it, like it lets the tune down, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of potential, and I think that those choices of bass sounds let it down. But it's hard because I know how it is. Like he's probably worked on this for flipping days and days and gone back to it, and you get hypnotized by your own tune and all, like absorbed by it, and you decide that's the way it must be and all that, and you know it's work required if you decide to switch out something major, and it's not nice feedback to have sometimes when you know it means you got to work on it. And if you do what I suggest, there's no guarantee in the slightest it's going to sound any better. It'll probably sound worse. Quite likely would sound worse. So I'm just saying some thoughts here. Dan, sir. Ooh. Hello, Dan. Hello, crew. It's the John B demo listening stream. Welcome in the Raiders. Maximum boost to the man like the Danix there. Thank you very much for the raid. Hold tight there, Blender crew. Hold tight the Tarkov crew. Big up the bullet drop. Big up the penetration. Hold tight the vaulting massive. Hold tight the scav karma and stuff. Hello to everyone that's come over from Dan's stream. Welcome in. My name's John B. I'm the world's worst Tarkov player, but biggest fan of Tarkov and of Dan. You've caught me almost 5 hours in here listening to everyone's demos. Something I'm trying to do regularly here on Twitch. Like I play Tarkov once a week. I'd play it every day if I could, but I've got a flipping job to do. So I do mainly music stuff here on Twitch. My current schedule is like Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. I'm sitting here in the studio with all my cameras, making tunes and stuff, and trying to explain my way through what I'm doing and teaching new stuff and answering questions. But I run a record label as well, and I don't know, I've been doing this for a while, so I figure I'm trying to help give a bit of feedback to other producers and people in the community. So once a month, maybe more often, we're seeming to get a lot of them, so I feel like we could almost do this every couple of weeks now. I have a look on our Discord and go through everyone's submissions to the demo selection. Some of them are from people that are very much beginners or make other types of music and are dabbling in drum and bass. Some of them are from people that have had stuff released or tunes that are very close to being released. So so we're doing a music stream here today, but we're very Tarkov friendly and we're very Dink Squad friendly as well. So welcome in, everyone. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go because my wife's cooking dinner and I have a feeling she's going to come through soon and be like, John! Plus, I have been kind of sat down for almost 5 hours. So I will send you all over somewhere nice when I'm done. And thank you again, Dan, for the raid. We'll do you a shout out. Can I do a shout out by clicking on you? Can we do it from here? Whisper, gift a sub, manage suspicious user. He's not. Can I click on that? Will that do it? Nope. I'll just do it the old school way. We'll do a shout out. Dan X. Click you. I've clicked you. It's not showing an easy shout out option. Ban. Timeout. Whisper. Heart. Verified. What does that one do? I don't want to mess things up. But anyway, we've done the shout out anyway. Has it done the shout out? Did it do it? I typed it in. There we go. There we go. It's not done the thing where it pins it at the top, though. If that's a new thing, I need to still work that out. I'm not going to... Oh, yeah, you were playing Stalker today, weren't you? In Car Mechanic. Oh, God. I had a taste of mechanic-y type things today. I'm wondering about buying a new bike, like bike riding bike, not a motorbike. So I sort of went to a couple of bike shops today, and it was all very mechanic-y. And I did my best to like not look like a complete noob. To be like, "Here you are, buy this one, mate." I was like trying to give them the knowledge, but at the same time, I was obvious, especially like where I live and bike shops. I went to Windsor, and Windsor's just full of like super rich old midlife crisis bastards, completely not like me. I'm not super rich, but I'm an middle-aged midlife crisis bastard, which is why I'm thinking about buying a new bike. But like Windsor is like, it is the home of like massive Range Rovers everywhere. Everyone's minted, and they're like, "Oh yes, I'd like a new bike. Oh, I'll buy this one. Oh, £8,000. Nice. Yes, okay." And like the first shop I went to, their cheapest bike was £1,800, and like that's mental. And that would have been like the biggest fucking stretch ever, requiring the like biggest, you know, rationalization and finance and everything for me to buy that. And like they didn't give a fuck. Like most of their bikes like 10 grand or something. So I didn't really stay in there very long. They didn't seem to care too much. Your pedals are 360 quid. What the actual fuck, man? Like, Dan's a car guy. He's like, I could get a really nice car for the cost of that bike. It would win car shows. Well, I don't know, it probably wouldn't, because your kind of cars are all like, the fenders are probably thousands and thousands, aren't they? All that stuff. Anyway, I'm rambling on about bikes. And we're here for music. So we've got another one to listen to. That was Grim. That was very, very nice. Something here from Subton Audio or Subton Audio. Not far off. Okay, cool. Right, so it says, we will trust you on this. Really appreciate the feedback. Vestige was made before the last stream, but the bass is a bit higher than the last submissions. I believe my issue is room acoustics. Oh, was this the guy that was here last time and I was helping persuade his wife he needed to buy new speakers? Are you here? Oh, you're here, Subton. Is your wife watching? Do you need me to help you persuade her that you need new speakers? Just let me know. Password is password in the chat if you need me to say you need new speakers in the feedback is boomerang. That wasn't you. Okay, cool. Did we listen to one of yours last month, Subton? So this is going to be more liquidy, I think, by the sounds of it. Exclamation mark boomerang. Use code word boomerang in chat if you'd like John B to, for the benefit of your wife, to recommend you buy brand new expensive speakers to improve your sound. It's like I need someone that knows about bikes to come in and tell Magda I need what are the brakes again? Hydraulic brakes. Nice roads. It's an investment, honey. Yes. The bigger, louder speakers will really, really help. John B said it. Very nice chords. Did you play all the chords yourself? Jazz. We need a stinger that's like jazz.
Oh, suit you, sir. Oh, suit you, sir.
Jazz. Nice. Mix is like, it needs mastering, like the mix is quiet. Chords are very good. It was made in Reason. It says Corax here. Can I persuade your wife to get you oh yeah, persuade the wife to buy the speakers, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so this is like it's a bit quiet. I need to turn it up in my headphones as well. Definitely, like, it all sounds very dry. There's very little reverb going on there. quite preset-y. Like, I get there's a jazzy vibe and everything. Maybe add some like jazz, if you're going to lean into that, add some like random jazz club atmosphere in all the background, like, you know, murmuring and chattering, and add, you know, jazz club applause and things at certain points. You could, because you've got all the nice chords and everything, maybe go a bit like I did some tunes back in the day called Jazz Sessions 1 and 2 that was all like really going heavily that way. I would definitely try and sort of like grimy it all up. It all sounds a bit too preset-y and dry, and like I mean, it sounds very jazzy, right? Those hi-hats and the drums are like don't stand up enough. But I mean, it all, you know, it depends on your levels of experience and everything. Oh, what's this? Let's hear. Not a personal fan of your choice of hi-hats. Oh, I like that. The bow. Yeah, some more organic drums layered over the top would work good, as Dan says here. I think these drums are they're the drums you would use in the background to layer up on some other drums to like fill in the gaps. Like, they're not the kick and the snare there are not the kind of, you shouldn't really be hearing them. You need a better kick and snare, full stop, on this, and I think that would help a huge amount. I think everything's a bit too dry. Like, obviously you don't want the bass to be all reverby and everything, but double bass is nice, and it's the notes and the pattern that the bass is playing. That's a lovely whirly Rhodes there. That synth that came in on top there was a bit too loud compared to everything else. That's a nice Rhodes there. That reminds me of like early Flytronics and stuff. I think, Mike, I mean, there's a lot to do in this, and it depends on what you want to do and everything, but crucial thing would be improve the drums. The pattern, there's a bit too many kick drums in there, a bit too much dum dum ch dum dum ch. You could pare it back a bit to more of a just a dum ch or something like that. You need to I'd experiment with using those. Don't ditch that snare, but use that as something to fill in the gaps on a more organic snare. So try to find like a drum kit that's just sounds like a real drums, because that'll fit with the real bass and the real Rhodes and everything. I like that little guitar-y bit that you put in just before it all, that boom. It needs something on top as a sort of storytellery lead line thingy. If you can find a nice trumpet sample or a saxophone sample, muted trumpet, something, it needs something on the top to sort of tell a story of some sort of a hint of a melody or a hooky type thing, and I think that would make a big difference. The mastering, it's all a bit too quiet, but you know, just stick it through like I explained yesterday, a bit of like compression, and you know, through some like mastering stuff, a bit of limiting, just to at least get it all louder and in the place. And add some more like rides, and I'd go a bit more for some like more live drums in there, but like don't go too crazy with it. But I think that would help a lot. So I hope that's helpful feedback for you there. So make some noise for Subton Audio. I don't know. Do you think it needed? I don't think it needed more cowbell, but there's someone that might think it needed more cowbell. We'll have to see.
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Big ups to the Lighthouse crew as well. Hello Toadster, hello Razorback. Big up to all the crew. I don't know if I've got any. I don't think I've got any like Tarkov related stinger type things in here. Apart from on my Be Right Back, it plays Lighthouse. It plays one of my Tarkov songs. I can't remember which one now. There's another subton one here called We're Here Too. We'll give this a quick listen so that I don't miss anything out. You're allowed 2 each. So we'll do that. Stick it back on the split screen. Is it sounding nice? Reminding me a bit of Horizons by LTJ Bookham already. I don't mean that to slag it off. I hate it when people say that about me. Roses are free's off to work. Okay, cool. Have a lovely day. Roses are free. Thank you for hanging out for ages. I hope you had a nice morning with me randomly talking about drum and bass in the background. I like the vibe on this so far. This is nice 90s jungle atmospheric vibes. Oh, and that boom, 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 boom. All the sound choices, it's definitely, like PFME. They all fit together in the same way, like Horizons and all that. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like, it doesn't sound like a copycat. It just sounds of the era. Hey! I was hoping you'd have a break like that. I think you've slightly overdone it with the reinforcement kick there. And the drums need a bit more tops. The snare sounds ever so slightly late as well on the edit. Yeah, definitely, like the triggering on the snare's late. Only a bit. I would definitely tighten up the brake. I think the loop, you need to get your main transients locked on. But the overall vibe of this, I'm really liking the atmospheric tops. It's definitely reminds me of the vibe that I love of early good looking or late 90s, early 2000s. I think there's a bit of a bass there, but it's kind of too low and not doing much. Nice drum edits for the most part. Whoa. Okay, I don't know if that suits. The bass I would change completely. I'd switch again for just a descending pitch bendy sub, just kind of boom, 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 something like that. Boom, da, dum. Boom, 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 boom. I think a Reese doesn't suit this. I can see you've got a sustained long, low Reese there. And I don't think that's the right choice. So key things I'm thinking of already is you've overcooked these are just some of these are just mix things that are quick fixes. It's the right break there. I reckon you made the right choice, but I think the editing on it is a bit fucked. The snare is triggering later than it should, so I don't know how you do it in Bitwig. I think you said you use Bitwig, but in Logic you can get the loop originally, pick the transients, and then you can slightly shuffle the constituent bits of the break to get them all exactly right on the beat. So I'd work on that, because that's the right break to use in this track, in my opinion. It needs brightening up, on the EQ with some tops. I think you can add on an additional tambourines, a nicely high filtered 909 ride in parts would be useful. Drums are good. Drum edits are all how they should be, a little bit of tweaking on them. Some of them sound a bit funny because of the triggering issue, I think. I would change the bass to not being a long sustained Reese kind of thing for me. I'd switch to kind of what's I can't remember what the bass is like on Horizons. Thinking more sort of aromatherapy Adam F, or just a sort of a boom, ba boom, ba boom, just sort of an 8080 kind of sub that, nothing more than just a sub, but with a bit of a fall to it. So it's boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba 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 boom, and that would do the job fine. I think the Reese is having a Reese kind of long sustained one. is the wrong choice, and like having something that's a bit more rhythmic will help it sort of nudge a little all along a little bit. I also feel like while this big choir thing that comes in here sounds really cool, I don't know if it is appropriate for the tune, really. It's a nice chord, like sounds good. Like I'd be like, oh, I want to use that, but maybe in the breakdown it would be better. Yeah, it definitely sounds like... It sounds to me like your snare, like you're probably triggering it at the right point, but the snare sample is not cut to like where the transient is on the snare. So that would is definitely something that I think would help with it, just as a like, you know, that's like housekeeping, right? Breakdown happens at the right time. Those chords are a bit MIDI, bit dry, bit preset-y. I'd warm that out with a bit of a warmer pad under it or something, so they're more of a background cinematic part. I'm interested to see if you bring that big choir back in here, because I think that's where you could get away with it. Yeah, I think you've lost the momentum here. Like the breakdown's too long, and like there's not anything new happening, and like it should be at least building up now to where everything comes back in, but all you've done is just add in that little shaker. And also the chords it's playing, like, as much as I love melancholy stuff, like it's sort of all just going down. It sounds nice with those extra choir chords coming in here. I'd experiment with... I think you need to do more in the breakdown there. You've got a good opportunity to do what I think you're good at, is having more cinematic-y stuff. And wasn't there that really nice... I love that plinky-plonky... That's this sound here, the boop boop, that boop boop boop. That sound, I would use that more in the tune. That's your lead. Like, that's beautiful, and it really fits everything. So you want to have that back in the breakdown. And I've said this to almost every tune, so maybe it's just my one-trick pony thing, but I would have some sort of long, subtle riser, either all the way through the breakdown or starting halfway through. Prod by Dan T. Thank you for the follow as well, Dan T1. Yes, I know. I did shout out the raid, Prime Dark. Yes, I did. I still do it. There's a raid. I know there's a raid. Welcome, raiders. Please hit the... Oh, thank you. That was Prime... Oh, sorry, yeah. Prime Dark's done the raid thingy. Please reload it for the stats. Hey. So, yeah, there's a lot of potential in this. I like it. That's why I'm sort of talking quickly and stuff. But so key takeaways, I would say. The kick is a bit overcooked, so dial back the reinforcing kick. Do the opposite with the snare a bit. Tidy up the chopping on the snare so that it's bang on when you're triggering it. Maybe add some more toppy shakersy bits to complement the break, or like tambourine type stuff, or a nice 909 ride. I personally would do away with a long sustained Reese bass in favour of a sort of boom, 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 boom thing. And I would look at... The breakdown happens at the right time for me, but I'd pad it out with a more warmer pad. I'd maybe try and bring in that really nice choir that you did, that I think comes in a bit too early and in the wrong place in the track, but it's a good sound that fits with the tune. I'd also make more of that really nice plucky lead sound that I think so far has only really occurred in the intro. That's really nice and really like I can hear Magda banging the pots and pans, and I think that's like her. She's not banging them like bang bang bang, but like it's totally her way of telling me dinner's ready. But yeah, I'd really like to subtone if you are still here. Yeah. Oh, it does come back later. Okay, good. I think the big chords are interesting here, and it hasn't... I'm not two against them there compared to there. I'd make more of that plucky thing though. It's a bit too late in the day for them to come back here. This is like 5 minutes into the tune. Sort of, I think they need to be present here, then go out before the breakdown, and then maybe bring them back in before the breakdown, and then when it drops again, take them out, and then you can bring them back in kind of where they are. But I'd make a bit more of them. So yeah, those are my comments on that. But I like that. I think there's a lot of good sounds in there. And the only major change that I would like, if you're asking me for my opinion, is I'd change what you've done with the choice of the bass sound. The rest is like, there's a little bit of arrangement changes, and there's a little bit of like mix down stuff, balancing things, and you know, bit of mastering, just boost the levels in general a bit, but you do that at the end anyway. But I like that a lot, so thank you, Subton. Thank you for sending that over. That's nice. Have we got time for like one more? I think, oh no, I don't think I have. I'm going to get in trouble actually. Right, let's just play a tune in the background. Yeah, here we go. This is for the Tarkov crew in attendance. We'll put the camera on my face. Look at my beautiful face. Mute the tab. Who's on that would be a sensible choice. Because it's a wipe. Oh yeah, look at this. I've gone here from sitting here critiquing all this stuff to playing one of my weirdo tunes. Yeah, I'll pick up from where we left off. So please, everybody, take note that the last stuff we played was Subton. This was the last one played on March 23 stream. Big up. So that we don't miss any. Cool. We've got quite a lot more to come, haven't we? Okay, good. That's cool. Maybe we'll do another one next week to catch up. Because I've quite enjoyed doing this, and like I don't find it as stressful as when I'm producing music, and I've got you all. You're all very nice, but I've got everyone like sitting over my shoulder while I'm working on music, and like everything I do has to be intentional, and like I don't want to look boring and shit, but I still have to like do a good job of making my tunes and all of that. So it's nice to, and this gives me a bit more of an opportunity to like talk to you about stuff. So yeah, I would say 2 weeks from maybe next week, maybe next Thursday we'll do another one. I think that would be good, and it takes a bit of pressure off me on doing like production stuff, because there's a fair bit of production things I've got to do at the moment that might be better done off stream, so I'm not boring you while I'm like trying to find the right snares and shit. So that's good, because if some people have missed out on on being played this week, we'll do it. We'll say next Thursday we'll do another one, right? Because I think there's enough here, and even if I, you know, if we get through them all, then I'll make some music of my own, and you can all tell me how to correct it to get your own back on me. So that sounds like a plan. So who's doing things? La 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 la. Who we haven't raided for a while. Let us see. What are we in the mood for? There's a lot of you are Tarkovers today, aren't you? But there's a lot of you music. Less reverb on the snare. Have I played with Ableton? Arturia Collection? Yes, I have it, and I love it. And I'd like to do a stream where I'm just going through the sounds and stuff. Yeah, I was just looking at Miss Octopus Conclave. I think I did actually raid her quite recently, so and I think she's been on for quite a long time. So I don't know if she's going to. I will raid her again in future, but I think we raided her relatively recently, so Oh, it's tough. Here's one we haven't done for a while. Here we go. That's good. Right. Nice. Cool. So I've got to go now, folks. I'd like to stay longer, but I think my body needs me to stand up. And Mags has cooked dinner, and I'm pretty sure it's ready. So even though she's not bothering me about it. So thank you so much, everyone that sent your tunes in. There's been, like, everything's been great. Like, it's a really high standard, which is wonderful to see. Like, I was a bit worried doing these that I'd open the door to, like, having to sort of try and find nice things to say about music that I didn't think was very good. But everything's really good, and even the stuff that's not, like, amazing, it really it's from people that are relative beginners, and it all shows potential, and there's good ideas and everything. So really, really good work. Thanks to all of you for hanging out, and there's been quite a lot of support from subs and things today. Thank you, Wellesley, for hanging out and for all the kind words. Thanks. Yeah, PC liked your tune a lot. It was really good. I'll upload the VOD of this to YouTube in the next week or two, so you can watch back. Like, I think your tune's getting released anyway, isn't it, PC? So it's not so much like an unsigned demo. Thank you, Atomic Circus. Thank you, everyone who's sent your demos in. I'm really sorry if I haven't got to yours yet today. I'm still sussing out how long I can handle streaming for without, like, losing all my power. I feel good, apart from, like, having a dry mouth from talking so much and feeling like I need to move around. Mentally, it's all right, really. I find this a bit easier than some of my production stuff, so that's nice. I'm looking forward to, as well, doing some interviewy things and getting my dad in and doing a quiz with you all as well. So big up. I'm going to hit the raid. I'll see you all. What day is it tomorrow? I'm going to see you tomorrow. I'll probably come on earlier. The stream tomorrow is going to be listening to promos, new releases, new drum and bass releases, because I'm going to be doing a DJ set tomorrow night on YouTube, because I do my DJ sets on YouTube now, so that all my main music stuff is here on Twitch, but I'll be listening to all the new promos I've been sent tomorrow morning to help try and decide what I'm going to play in my DJ set at the weekend. So we'll be hanging out and chatting then. I'm not sure when I'll start. Like, maybe I will come on more at 1 or 2 the normal time. Like, I'd like to try and go for a run or something if I can. So we'll see. I might come on at 11ish, but it might be 2. We'll see. So anyway, lots of love, everyone. Thanks for hanging out all day. Thanks for all the lovely music you sent me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And thank you, Dan Exert, for the raid. Big up all the Dink Squad.